Our planet is currently facing several major crises.
The climate crisis and the triple planetary threat is a very obvious, real present threat that we're experiencing. Once upon a time we were told it was something we would face in the future, but now we're seeing its impacts in food and land use and even in finance.
Our economic system must evolve.
Finance has a key role to play in achieving a just and sustainable economy and society. Building bridges is the place where different stakeholders meet to make progress in this field.
Building Bridges was created in 2019 by the local and Swiss authorities, together with the financial community, the United Nations, NGOs, and other international organizations. We launched this initiative to address the global challenges that we all face, to build bridges between the communities that can align our economic model towards a more just and sustainable society.
The Sustainable Development Goals set out by the UN require a systemic approach, and systemic means that all players need to work together.
Building Bridges is more than an event. It's a community, it's a movement.
The Building Bridges conference has been incredible in connecting us, and instead of creating echo chambers where people in finance talk to finance and people in environment talk to people in environment, we're finally building those bridges together and tearing down those silos and having disruptive conversations.
We want to provide a platform where people can learn, where people can exchange ideas, where people can exchange experiences on how to develop new solutions towards a more sustainable world.
We want to connect the global North and South to find concrete solutions.
We want to be an active player in a discussion that will shape the agenda of the world of tomorrow.
Good afternoon, everybody. Welcome to Building Bridges. I'm Nick Gowing, founder and director of the Thinking the Unthinkable project. It's lovely to see you all packed in, 600 of you. As we'll hear shortly from Patrick Odier, the chair of Building Bridges, we face an increasingly complex, sinister and fast-changing set of realities. So we must all adapt and change, and the operative word is fast. The science and daily evidence are ever more gloomy, as many of you will know. After New York Climate Week, overall the reliability and the far-sightedness of corporate and political commitments seemed more questionable and more distressing, which adds to value for a gathering like this. These 4 days start with this afternoon's 4-hour summit. Then there are 3 days with 70 crowdsourced events with the takeoff of next stages on Thursday afternoon. It's all aimed at ensuring there are bridges to be built. As the existential threat to human survival on this planet becomes ever sharper. Existential. Why do I say that? Well, for those of you who haven't been following in minute detail, the Stockholm Resilience Centre literally a couple of weeks ago in its latest report said, more than ever, the stability of the entire planet is at risk because of human activity. For the first time ever, and I'm quoting them here, all 9 planetary boundaries have been assessed. 6 of the boundaries are now crossed. At the start of this year, it was only 4. And a reminder of the stark warning from UN Secretary General Antonio Guterres. A couple of weeks ago, the era of global warming has ended. We're now in an era of global boiling. To confirm this point, the water temperatures around Europe and East Asia are now 4 times higher under an anomaly than they were just about a year ago. It's moving that fast. And Guterres said, quote, humanity has opened the gates to hell. We are heading for a 2.8 degree increase because of what he labeled as foot dragging and naked greed. So building bridges is about working, all of you working together, more than you probably are at the moment. How to move forward at speed and with agreement if possible, to lift those feet, to requote Guterres, and also to shut those gates to hell. Is it possible? That's what we want to certainly look at in the next 4 hours. You can see from this setting that the gathering is as much about inclusiveness and creating a conversation, even though you're all in kind of theatre-style seats. Bear that in mind, but we want to get as many of you talking as possible. You can do the arithmetic. You can't all talk at the same time, but you know the feeling that we're trying to generate in the next 4 hours. But you aren't just here as spectators. This is not just about a platform of panelists up here talking to you. It's about as many of you as possible making your points to everyone in the room. It's about collaborative and collective action at a time of increasing anxiety. No actor, none of you, has the resources or expertise to do this alone. It's about bringing forces, bringing inspiration, bringing big ideas together in ways which I think many of you have the ambition for as well. So stand by. Shortly, I'll open the floor to get a few minutes of reflections from some of you. There's nothing pre-cooked about the kind of urgency and the kind of ambition you have for coming to a conference like this. So you can see already that our approach today is innovative and inclusive. And what we have is in the front rows, 26 stakeholders. Here you can see their names going up. We've selected them just to represent a whole raft of different sectors out there. Corporate sectors, financial sectors, policymakers, multilateral organizations, civil society, NGOs, academia, plus youth and the next generation. Really important that. We know that some of them want to contribute, not all of them, but we'd like to hear more as well. We want to hear a huge variety of views in the next 4 hours between now and 6:30 during 5 sessions. First, let me go to Patrick Odier. Patrick, please come and join me up on the platform. Tell us why we're here and what ambitions you have for what we achieve both today and also for the next 3 days.
Thank you very much, Nick. Thank you, ladies and gentlemen, distinguished representative of the authorities. Thank you for joining so numerous today and for the coming 4 hours. We are just at the start of the discussion, and I'm very happy to answer the questions of Nick regarding the goal of building bridges. Building bridges this year in particular has to do with acting together, as it was said. Acting together for a purpose, which is basically to try to increase the speed of transformation of our economic models and the speed of transformation or implementations of the solution that has been discussed in various congregations, in various circles around the world. The idea is to, of course, unlock capital. Ladies and gentlemen, we know the facts. We know that we have the technologies. We know what are the goals. We know that we have the means and the resources to act. It is our duty to try to do better than we've done in the past. Not that we can do everything, but it's sure that we can do more if we do it collectively. And this is the goal of this year's Building Bridges.
And how bold and brave do you think they've got to be, Patrick?
We have to be bold and brave. We have to recognize that business as usual does not suffice to reach our goals. We have too many still of us that do believe that the problems that we have to face will resolve themselves by having someone else take action. No, it's not the case. We know that we all have to face our responsibilities. But now, let me turn it in a way that is not as negative as it sounds a priori. We have huge opportunities to benefit from in accelerating that change, and that's what we want to discuss. So how to unlock capital? To unlock capital, of course, towards the right solutions, towards the right technologies, towards the right region of the world, and to make sure that we have the mechanism put in place as fast as possible whenever they have been discussed already, and many of them have been discussed. We have to move basically from the what to the how, and we have to move from the when to the now.
What are the obstacles you see for us at the moment? I was reflecting a lot of conversations there about the real disappointment from New York a couple of weeks ago.
I think there are a lot of reasons why things are not moving as fast as they should. As I said, first of all, there's a mindset to be changed in many of our circles and constituencies. But second, there are also objective reasons why we can't move as fast short-term as it seems to be possible. First of all, there is the notion of having the right narrative so that every citizen of our countries, of the world basically, understand what's in there for them. to sort of act now and swiftly in the transforming our economic model. This discussion needs to be taking place. We need to transition in the discussion. We don't need to discuss more and more the facts. We need to discuss more and more the implementation and the transition itself. And I think that's one of the obstacles. We do have, of course, many other obstacles which have to do with temporary difficulties that we are living through in the world, geopolitical pressures. We do have also the technicalities that have to be put in place that from time to time are more complex than we believe in. But it is only by having such a dialogue, such as this afternoon, and perhaps during the week, that we will resolve those issues.
What about the nature issue? That's going to be one session this afternoon. It's so far and so advanced now on the agenda, but it's moving incredibly quickly. And also the impact on society, the cohesiveness of society, something which wasn't really being talked about 2 or 3 years ago.
Yes, Building Bridges has started 4 years ago to discuss essentially the climate issues. And I think since then we've moved very fast, as Elisabeth Mrema will tell us later. You will see that this TCFD reflections and task force has done a very, very important work that has translated into implementation, probably not as fast, but seemingly pretty fast enough to make sure that now many countries, including Switzerland, is implementing it. And we need for nature to take benefit from that experience, to make sure that the framework that is being announced now in Europe here, under the auspices of Building Bridges, through the TNFD co-chair, Elisabeth Mrema, is going to be implemented as fast as possible using that benefit of the experience on the TCFD on the climate issue. On the human side, or social side, of course, it's much more complex. It's a multi-local issue that has to be dealt with parameters that need to be still defined. And that's where I think here again, in Switzerland first, where we have all ingredients to take these initiatives and develop it further, but also at the time where the World Business Council for Sustainable Development just produced a report on inequality showing us corporate sector, private sector, what are the points of attention where we can be active. I think it is our duty to make sure this discussion happens as fast as possible. So this third dimension that is so connected with the first two has now to enter the dialogue, the discussion, and the conversations on transition.
Patrick, you've had the concept of building bridges for the last 4 years. What is the state of the bridge? What is the state of the bridges? In other words, how sound are they? How vulnerable, how under threat are they?
I think the good news is that many of those bridges have been started. The construction have been finished for some, still to be completed for others. And I think it is our duty to identify those who need to be, of course, completed with some priority. So the priorities of the agenda in building bridges belongs to congregations, to moments like the ones we're going to live through this week. Are we right in saying that in order for the financial sector and capital to be useful, the cost of capital mechanism or definition mechanisms have to be addressed? Are we right to say that most of what needs to be discussed has been discussed already? It's now a question of implementation and discussing how to harmonize our position. These are part of the need for constructing the bridges in a better way. So I would say they are solidly started. They are started but not been built fast enough. We need now to construct those bridges better, and I think this is what I hope will be happening during this Building Bridges 2023 edition.
So what's the challenge to 600 people in this room?
Act in your individual responsibilities, but now.
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 Don't wait another few years.
No, I
and
think,
hope it'll go away.
I think, again, we know the facts, we have the means, we know that capital is here, we need to unlock it, we need technical solutions. Most of them have been discussed. Standards are getting in the right way, things are accelerating, the private sector is ready, and the opportunities are there. It's enough to make sure that we act with a sense of benefiting from all of that.
All right, that's the detail we're going to be talking about. Thank you very much indeed, Patrick. You're going to introduce our first main speaker. And can I just remind you that I will be coming to the floor quickly afterwards before we hear from the Deputy Prime Minister of the Netherlands.
Mr. President of the Swiss Confederation, ladies and gentlemen, I'd like to introduce a number of personalities that make us the honor of being with us today. First and foremost, the numerous ambassadors, excellencies, thank you for being here. We need this internationality of Building Bridges Week. You bring it to us. thank you for being with us today. I'd like to salute in particular the Director General of the United Nations, Mrs. Tatiana Valovaya. Thank you, Mrs. Valovaya, for the immense support that you've brought to the initiative. Actually, you were at the origin of the initiative with us 4 years ago. I'd like also to welcome the Director General of the World Trade Organization, who is going to play such an important role in these discussions about how to integrate sustainability into the trade discussions. I'd like to introduce the President of the National Council, Mr. Martin Candinas. Thank you very much for showing the interest of the first citizen of Switzerland to this discussion. I'd like to also introduce our national councillors and, of course, our members of the Council of States who are here present. And, of course, I'd like to also salute the presence of our State of Geneva councillors, Mrs. Of course, Fontanet, Vice President of the Conseil d'État of Genève, and, of course, Delphine Bachmann, who's been actively linked to the development of building bridges since she took office. Finally, and I'm sorry if I cannot cite everyone, we said we didn't want to be too formal and as interactive. I'd like to introduce, of course, the Mayor of Geneva, Mr. Alfonso Gomez, who's been in the discussion also for long, trying to help also integrate the political views on these very complex, sometimes, issues. So thank you very much for being with us. And first and foremost, Mr. President, we know how important and difficult it was to adjust your agenda to be here today. Thank you so much for being here. We are proud to have the President of the Swiss Confederation to be with us. This is a strong sign of support for what we're trying to achieve, and of course of interest by the Swiss government and Swiss Confederation of how building bridges could become another diplomatic tool for our country. Mr. President, may I introduce you to the floor.
Monsieur le secrétaire général, Excellences, Mesdames et Messieurs, après cette introduction, j'aimerais juste vous rappeler que ce qui s'est passé il y a quelques semaines. J'étais il y a 2 semaines à New York, j'ai participé au sommet sur les objectifs du développement durable et j'ai retenu de cette discussion un élément essentiel. Nous ne sommes pas sur la bonne voie pour remplir les objectifs de l'agenda 2030. Et si on continue à ce rythme et avec les mêmes ambitions qu'aujourd'hui, on n'atteindra qu'une fraction en 2030, qu'une fraction des engagements que nous avons pris en 2015, alors que nous avons tous les outils pour agir. Je crois que le problème n'est pas là. C'est plutôt une question de volonté, notamment de volonté politique, et de cette volonté uniquement dépendra le succès de l'agenda 2030 pour le développement durable. Et pour atteindre ces objectifs, eh bien, nous devons mobiliser toutes nos ressources intellectuelles, nos ressources humaines, pas seulement financières, et nous avons besoin de faire des alliances, de construire des ponts. Des alliances courageuses, des alliances déterminées à agir, qui ne cherchent pas à diluer et différer les responsabilités. Et Genève, eh bien, est précisément le lieu idéal pour accueillir de telles mobilisations, comme le démontre d'ailleurs l'événement de ce jour. Genève est à la fois un centre financier mondial, un des plus grands centres de la diplomatie multilatérale. C'est également le siège d'institutions académiques de renom et le foyer d'un très large réseau d'organisations issues de la société civile. Et tous ces acteurs, tous ensemble, ont un rôle central à jouer pour concrétiser l'agenda 2030. Ces acteurs, ensemble, forment à Genève un écosystème unique, orienté sur des solutions. Et en tant que président de la Confédération suisse, eh bien, je suis très fier, je dois vous le dire, de voir que notre pays puisse offrir un tel forum. Nous sommes déterminés à montrer l'exemple et à tenir nos engagements pour la réalisation de l'agenda 2030. So, ladies and gentlemen, moving forward on the 2030 agenda is possible. It is possible. We've seen in recent decades extreme poverty and infant mortality have decreased, but we need to be very clear. In many other areas, we are falling behind. For over 80% of the targets, progress is limited, has stagnated, or even regressed. One of the primary reasons for this are financing challenges. Not only public, but also private funding is required. Private capital is widely available and larger than the public global capital. Thus, private capital must urgently be aligned with the goals of the 2030 agenda. The finance gap is greater in least developed countries, and we therefore need more investments in the global south. Enabling environments are decisive for investors to channel their funds into sustainable development. And in this context, the Building Bridges conference is a great opportunity to address these challenges in a tangible manner. And a good example is the UNFCCC Sharm el-Sheikh dialogue on the consistency of financial flows with the Paris Agreement that is embedded in the conference. And for the very first time, this allows a collaboration between Building Bridges and the UN Convention on Climate Change. As you may know, ladies and gentlemen, Switzerland is a leading hub for sustainable finance. And as an international center for cross-border asset management and global insurance, we are good positions for this role. And in this context, it is important to establish comparable and meaningful indicators such as the Swiss climate scores. These climate scores help investors to assess how climate-friendly a financial product actually is. The impact on sustainable development needs to be transparent, so investors can reach their full transformative potential. Last June, the Swiss population has voted in favor of a Climate and Innovation Act. The Swiss government has to ensure that the Swiss financial center reduces the climate impact of its financial flows. And in this situation, Switzerland works closely with the private sector to improve framework conditions. A better investment climate contributes to innovation and green investments. And as a part of this, Switzerland supports the establishment of international platforms that facilitate the collaboration between donor countries and the private sector. Let me give you one example. The Private Infrastructure Development Group, together with other countries such as UK, the Netherlands, and Sweden, Switzerland just approved a new strategy up to 2030. It aims to foster collaboration among investors, multilateral development banks, and development agencies. The goal is to invest in energy, transport, and infrastructure in developing countries with the focus on climate change. Yes, ladies and gentlemen, the climate crisis presents us with a huge challenge. And instead of discussing our differences, we have to concentrate on one essential question: what works? How do we attain our goals for the benefit of all? And we have a common interest to find solutions together. And the key lies in our collaboration, in our collaborations. Building Bridges provides us with an opportunity by bringing all relevant actors together: the United Nations, the financial sector, and actors of the civil society. And we need to initiate collaborative, forward-looking, and impactful projects, and we need to scale successful models and innovate in light of the financing gap in the global south. We simply cannot miss out on this opportunity. And I'm deeply convinced there is a way forward. There is a way forward. We have all the tools we need. We have a very strong reference framework, which is the 2030 agenda. We have this unique ecosystem here in Geneva, and we have committed actors here in this room. So let's use this conference to give sustainable finance the necessary boosts. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Thank you. Right, before we go to our next intervention from the Finance Minister of the Netherlands, who'd like to come in quickly and just sort of plant a poll? 3 or 4 of you, 5 of you, depends. I've given you some notice, I've given you some warning, otherwise we'll talk to the Minister. Would anyone like to come in and say, this is what I'm looking for, this is what I'm really concerned about? Wow, no one wants to speak. I'll sort that out later. In that case, let me invite the Finance Minister of the Netherlands. I'll come back and you think about what you'd like to be talking about. Do come and join me, yes please. And I'd like you to sit the other side if you don't mind. Then you can get a microphone, special microphone. Sigrid, thank you very much indeed. You're both Finance Minister of the Netherlands and also Deputy Prime Minister for the next few weeks.
Well, elections 22nd of November. For the investors out here, we're still a AAA rating country. So that won't change. And then a caretaker government might take a while.
Are you casting doubt as to whether you'll be AAA after the end of November?
No suggestion there.
All right, we're not here to discuss
to warm
the
up
Dutch
the room.
economy. You've heard what the President has said, you've heard what Patrick has said, you heard what I said right at the beginning, and you'll have had your own conversations. Where, in your estimation, are we now in terms of the urgency and the difficulties, and not least getting consensus on what has to be done at high speed?
I think we're way too late if we look at it realistically.
Can we catch up?
I think the Secretary General of the United Nations is completely spot on. Reversal of gains on the SDGs, long in the make. We measure it, we see it. It's accelerated by the impact, the frightening impact of climate change. Can we still act? Yes, but I think the substitute for political will is just not there. So it needs political will and courage, including the willingness in Western countries to lose elections over a very justified and just cause. Being mediocre at the polls and staying in power is not worth it if you lose humanity, if you lose climate, and if you lose biodiversity. So we need leaders, future leaders, young and old, with the sort of testicular fortitude, as Hillary Clinton would call it, male and female, to really lead the way. Secondly, if we do all know what it takes to aim for success, what on earth is not happening? What is the missing point, the tipping point that we somehow fail? Because we're here preaching to the converted, from the investors, government, UN, NGOs. But how come our message is not being captured? In Western Europe and the EU, we see a reversal politically. We see climate skepticism reaping in. I am very disappointed that in the UK, we see also a backtracking on commitments. And the reason given is that our population cannot handle it. Well, tough luck, because the transition will be worse. The cost of inaction is also measured out there. It's push, push, push.
You mentioned in remarks there are limits to life on Earth, and I repeated as well what the Stockholm Resilience Centre has concluded on the boundaries and so on. Do you think that is really understood by those who voted you into power and those who vote politicians into power, and you can now be more open because you're no longer going to be a serving minister from 6 weeks' time? And I ask that because in the end you must be discussing this around a cabinet table and deciding how urgently can we move even if it becomes unpopular.
One difference between UK politics and the Netherlands, we stay on until the next government is formed, and the last time it took almost a year. But
we're not going to discuss that at length.
No, I know, but I'm just saying
we're here to save the planet.
We'll be here for a while. More importantly, what gets discussed? What are we missing? My fear is that politics is going down a path of avoiding risks, political risks, financial risks.
Even though the evidence is clear.
Even though the evidence is clear. And so the big question to all of us, how can we be seen and heard differently? Because let's face it, in Sudan, a nomadic herder has known for quite some time climate change was real. In South Africa, in other places, due to shortage of water, the impact of climatic changes were so real for many people. It's just in OECD countries, the developed countries, developed economies, we have been able with technology and financing either to look away, or the impact of climate change wasn't so reverberant as it is today. So we need to wake up and we need to shoulder the burden, because we have caused the harm. The biggest emitters of CO2 are not in Kenya, I can tell you. They're not in Gaza. It's about production and consumption, and the choice and the key lies here.
You were in Nairobi, and many people have said it was a remarkable gathering by President Ruto, what he pulled together. What is therefore the message that is emerging from the South? It's a terrible word in many ways to use, but it still calls itself, for the moment, the South. What are you seeing in terms of the redistribution of power when it comes to applying energy and commitment on this issue?
To my mind, the political voice of the Global South needs to lead. It also needs to act within country on governance, fighting corruption, providing for the investors the right space to do so. Traditional donor countries or partner countries such as the Netherlands can do more in technical support, technical assistance, but also through support of the reform of the international financial architecture to allow for financing to go where it ought to help for the business case for private investors to be created. Because we know to move from billions to trillions, we can only rely on the private sector. But they are the private sector, they're not the public sector.
We'll be talking about that in more detail later in this afternoon. But what about how you incentivize? It's easy to be gloomy and be accused of being pessimistic, but we've got to be realistic. We've got to see new opportunities. We've got to see positive ways forward. What is your view as a finance minister and a deputy prime minister and also co-chair of the group with the Indonesians?
I think there's a key role for finance ministers, no surprise here, to play. Move budgets, reprioritize, allocate, where possible, provide for the governance framework where investors, public or private, can truly be your partner and build the investment case through the MDBs, use the capital, be more risk-embracing as multilateral development banks. We didn't finance them and we don't finance them to be risk-averse. That is for a traditional financing partner, not for a development bank. And then I think we can leapfrog. The case can still be made. I'm not a pessimist. But I think we need to be deeply concerned, and in believing that change can happen, one shouldn't lull people into believing change comes without a change in behavior, consumption and production. Transition is tough, very tough. It requires behavior change that in a lot of developed countries, in EU countries, people are not necessarily prepared yet to go it along, but we're asking a lot of people very far away from us, living in poverty, abject poverty, and mostly exposed. So if we are true about global solidarity, we've got to walk the talk, and money is the way, is the means to achieve this.
But what about the uncertainty, the deep uncertainty still, about the risks related to investment? In other words, there are better returns, and we're not going to take that risky path when there is a risk attached to it.
Well, I think most business people, particularly larger companies, but also the smaller ones, know that sustainability for profit is real. I think you'd be a fool to think short term. The cost of climate inaction is very serious to many companies and businesses, particularly with a global footprint. And okay, yes, you lose your market if you lose humanity. There's a pretty fine dotted line at the end. One has to invest if one takes a longer term view. There is no other way. It is actually quite, in this case, sadly simple.
Do you think the struggle, and not the battle, the struggle is being won to convince people that there's money, there's profit, there's new opportunity to be gained from green? Because there are still many parts, including of the EU, which say we're going to have our jobs threatened. We don't want to back this.
Well, this is why I said transition is tough. However, if one takes a long-term view, and if you look both from the private sector or public sector, if one truly is about achieving the goals, and if you want to measure it, you can build the business case. They're out there. There are more initiatives, public and private, that I can count. I think it's upon us to actually clear away a little bit the plethora of options that are out there, make it clear for private investors where to invest, what is the so-called biggest bang for the sustainable buck, and what is the cost of inaction. And I think that latter story makes the investment case even more compelling. And then yes, we can work on the technicalities of investment cases. And yes, we need to work with governments. We need to detail out and hammer out the different sectors. But all that work is being done in so many fora. There's no shortage of good ideas, well-costed ideas. We need to get more of them. But investors also need to leap. And ultimately, risks are there, yes. You might sometimes go wrong, but I think the ultimate gains will be formidable and sustainable, and it's not as if we have an alternative plan. Guterres said, last word, there is no plan B for this Earth or this planet.
But again, when you come to the political class, which you are still part of, do you believe that politically this can be sold as something which is positive, which the electorate believe, and will yield that economic growth which so many countries at the moment are desperate for?
I think for younger generations, certainly, and ironically also people that are at a grandfatherly or grandmotherly age, because they worry the most about their children and grandchildren, what Earth or what planet is still left for future generations. So yes, it can be done, but we need to be willing to walk the talk, and, as I said, be prepared to sometimes lose elections over it, because the right cause cannot be substituted by a less than mediocre story.
Politicians planning to lose an election?
No, I'm not saying planning. You have to be prepared to lose an election. That's something else.
Minister, thank you very much indeed for sharing that with us. All right, a second bite. Who would like to come in quickly after we've heard from the Deputy Prime Minister? 2 microphones here, a third microphone at the back. You've got 30 seconds only before Dr. Nkosi joins us. Here, please, as well. 30 seconds, and just introduce yourself.
Yes, I'm Iris Men. I'm the Executive Director of Greenpeace Switzerland, and I think 2 topics I want to talk as well is about an economy beyond growth, as well as a financial sector beyond growth, and secondly, of paying back, so the fair share of the destroyers, the exploiters, as well as the benefiters of the economy we had. So these are the 2 topics.
Thank you very much. The microphone there, please.
Andrea Webster, World Benchmarking Alliance. It's very interesting hearing the narrative here in Europe versus New York. There's a lot of talk in New York about opportunity and finances seizing opportunity for the flow of money, where it feels that Europe is going down the regulatory route. I would love to have some more clarity on where the opportunities lie this week and the investment structures and where we need to push finance to flow money in away from regulation.
Thank you very much. There was someone to your left, and there's a lady at the back as well. Someone to your left?
My name is Deniz Erkuş. I'm a consultant, UNDP consultant, and I work a lot with the entrepreneurs and investors. And we see the problems in between the communication. I would like to 2 parts to come together and see how they can communicate. There are excellent projects, there are amazing investors. Let's connect and then acting so that we can channel the money into the impact investing.
We're going to be doing a session on that in about 2 hours' time, so stand by. Yeah. The trillions available, why is it not being spent?
Hi, I'm Stephen Jackson, UN in Kenya. I hope we get to talk about the mispricing of risk. Patrick was asking us to be courageous and bold. Risk is mispriced. That was what came out of President Ruto's climate summit. It costs Kenya 10 times as much to borrow as Germany for its development needs. And when there was a coup in Niger, and I would remind you that the distance from Niamey to Nairobi is twice the distance from Portugal to Poland. When there was a coup in Niger, Kenya's borrowing costs went up.
Thank you very much.
Madness.
Is this about misunderstanding what risk is about?
Yes, it's about misunderstanding and miscalculation.
Thank you very much. Right at the back.
Thank you very much. My name is Hanna Pasic, and I'm here from SeedStars. And in SeedStars, we're passionate about backing entrepreneurs from emerging markets solve some of the biggest social and environmental challenges of their communities. And I'd actually like to invite you all to join us in floor -1 during the next 3 days to see some brilliant examples of entrepreneurs from all over emerging markets who are doing amazing things, and see how we as SeedStars also help investors make the leap and invest in these entrepreneurs.
All right, we've got 70 other sessions, so I don't want 70 adverts. Does anyone else want to immediately come in at this stage? I don't want you to say that I've suppressed debate. Okay, not for the moment, unless that's a hand going up. Here, please. Lady here, you're going to have to be bolder than just that. Please.
Hi, my name is Shir Slutsky. I'm from the Israeli mission to the UN. I'm Deputy Permanent Representative to the WTO and head of the Israeli Economic Mission to Switzerland. There was a question asked about how to convince investors to take the risk. So Israel is doing it by sharing the risk with the Israeli startups and establishing incubators with big corporates. I can mention Enel, for example, and others. So I think governments can play a unique role here, share the risk with the startups we have on food tech, climate tech, clean tech, and I also invite those of you who are interested to hear more to contact
me.
Thanks.
One more, anyone else? Please, here, yes. Well, two actually. Let's get a microphone and then we'll
Thank you.
Go ahead.
Zacharias Sautner, Professor of Sustainable Finance, University of Zurich. Let me challenge a little bit the governments. The governments have an important role by facilitating engagement by investors. We know that investors would like to do more, but they face a lot of legal constraints because of acting in concerts. Now, we focus tremendous amounts of time and resources on disclosure. There's hardly any efforts to make engagement easier. So therefore, my plea would be try to get the act together and make engagement easier for investors.
Thank you very much. I'm going to pause at this moment and invite our next guest on. Because it is about prioritizing sustainable finance in times of acute geo-economic fragmentation. And we're delighted that Nkosi Okonjo-Iweala, who's the Director General of the World Trade Organization, has come down the road to meet us. Thank you very much, Nkosi. Lovely to see you again. Use the microphone. Use the microphone.
No, I was going to say, why not continue? It's far more interesting than anything I have to say.
Well, I tell you what, I'll ask them at the end, which they would have preferred. But it's very good to see you again. We've got half an hour to discuss where the World Trade Organization is going, because you've talked very clearly, and there's a remarkable piece you wrote in Foreign Affairs a couple of months ago, talking about the need now to re-globalize. And also work out what to do about subsidies. But first of all, what is your assessment now, 2 years into the job, about the relationship between trade, the WTO, and the issue of sustainability, climate, biodiversity, however you want to put it?
Well, first of all, Nick, thank you. Good afternoon, everyone. I see a very strong link between trade and sustainability and climate change. I would remind people that when the WTO was created, in the Marrakesh Agreement, its purpose...
That's 1994.
Yes. Its purpose was to enhance living standards, help create jobs, and support sustainable development. This is in black and white. So sustainable development is not something that is strange to WTO or trade. But most people don't make the link. And I think that trade and the WTO can be part of the solution to getting to net zero by 2050.
What kind of solution?
Well, I mean, I can be very specific. First, a general comment. I do not believe that you can get to net zero without trade. How do you diffuse technologies, green technologies from one place to the other? How do you adapt and mitigate without trade? You've got to move ideas, technology, goods and services from places where they're made to places where they're needed for all of these things. So that's the first simple thing. But beyond that, I think there are specific ways in which trade policy can help us with sustainability and with dealing with decarbonization. I'll just give two examples maybe. The first is trade policy, tariffs. Many governments do not look at what their tariff regime really looks like. If you look at several countries, you will see that the tariffs for fossil fuel-related goods are lower than those for renewables and for goods that can help mitigate climate change. People just don't make the connection, and one of the few things you can do immediately is take a look at this and say, do I have the right tariff regime to help us get to net zero? Am I charging less for fossil fuel-related goods and services than for renewables? And make that change. And many cabinets, that discussion doesn't happen. And I'd urge developing countries in particular to look at their trade policies to see if there needs to be an adjustment and you need to send the right signal. Second, we have an agreement at the WTO called the Government Procurement Agreement that 67 countries belong. It's designed to make more transparent, more efficient government procurement and give access to markets. Government procurement is a $13 trillion business, 13% of global GDP. Can you imagine the purchasing power if you were to require criteria to purchase green and use this enormous power to drive the move towards towards decarbonization and net zero? Those are two examples. Third one, subsidies. And this is where I have a request from people in the room. We've got about $1.2 trillion in trade-distorting, environmentally unfriendly subsidies. Over 600 billion in agriculture, 22 billion in fisheries, which we just got rid of, and the balance of about $1 trillion or less in fossil fuel subsidies. If you add up everything, it's 1.2 trillion. It requires political will to phase out these subsidies. But here we are looking for finance and so many initiatives. How are we going to leverage private sector finances? We've got 1.2 trillion that if governments wanted, they could phase out of and direct that to climate finance. So what are we waiting for? Why can't we have people in this room strongly support and advocate for this kind of policy? So this is my ask from people in the room. 1.2 trillion, even if we get half of it. Let's say we get 600 billion. We're here talking about peanuts. I'm looking at Avinash. Because of the loss and damage, we would have so much money to direct to climate finance instead of the peanuts we keep talking about.
Dr. Nkosi, you talk quite gloomily and matter of fact in your Foreign Affairs article about the economic vision is now under attack. Its achievements are in danger. Economic interdependence is no longer seen as a virtue. It's seen as a vice. Yet you say that negative supply shocks, like the kind of thing we're seeing from climate, increasingly so, are vital to absorb and overcome many of the societal differences and difficulties that we're all going to experience in the climate change agenda.
Yes. So you want me to comment on it? Okay.
Well,
thank you, Nick. Yeah, it's a nice way of summarizing some of the things I say in the Foreign Affairs article. And I wrote that article because I'm very concerned that we're misdiagnosing some of the problems we have and trying to throw the baby out with the bathwater. So, you know, globalization, we know that there has been, that the heydays were in the 1990s to 2000s, when we had the integration of China, Eastern European countries, and so on. You know, so there's been sort of a, you know, what would I say, halt in integration of countries since then. However, globalization has delivered a lot of good things. It's lifted more than 1 billion people out of poverty. Those who created the multilateral institutions 75 years ago to help make this globalization happen wanted interdependence. And they thought it would lead to peace. And I think it has largely delivered. Because of a series of shocks we've had recently, the war in Ukraine, pandemic, climate change, an existential threat, there is now worry about whether globalization makes countries more vulnerable, whether trade is making countries more vulnerable. But I ask us to to think, because this is a subject we've tackled in our recent World Trade Report, which I recommend to all of you. Let's think. What we should be thinking about is not interdependence, but overdependence. And we really need to diagnose the problem carefully. Is it because we are interdependent, or because in certain sectors we become too reliant on certain geographies, or for certain sectors we are too reliant on a few sectors or a few goods? That's the question we've posed, and I think the answer is yes. So let's not throw globalization now. And what we are asking is to be careful, because if we continue talking, and we reshore, friendshore, we may be leading the world towards fragmentation of trade, which will be very costly. We've actually simulated this at the WTO, and it would be a 5% loss in real global GDP over the longer term if we fragment into 2 trading blocks. However, we're also watching to see what is happening. While we don't yet see any large-scale fragmentation, we're beginning to see signs. You know, if you look at some of the data we have now, you will see we just imagined two blocks with similar foreign policy lines, and you see more trade within blocks than between blocks, 4 to 6% less between these blocks. So we're beginning to see some emerging signs, and I say it's dangerous. The world would lose. Emerging markets and developing countries would lose even more, double-digit losses, 11 to 12%. So we're saying, let us not do this. Let us reimagine globalization. And we are calling it re-globalization. Reimagine it to build resilience, because this is what the world is looking for, right? Resilience.
But what you're talking about is a fear that you're facing some kind of watershed at the moment. Let me put to you the conclusions of the Villars framework of a couple of weeks ago, and it's something you have no official connection to. The trade system is widely perceived to have failed to fulfill its potential to address critical environmental issues or to advance progress on the social dimensions of sustainability, including inequality, poverty, gender parity, labor rights, and shared public health challenges. That's a formidable array of things where the trade system is seen as going backwards or stabilizing, becoming ossified, as opposed to moving forward. How can you, in your reglobalization push, address this in a way which is going to satisfy many of the people here?
Well, I'm glad you said the word that they said "seen to have," because I want to put to you that a lot of things trade is blamed for is technology. People confound the two. A lot of the problems with loss of jobs and so on that are not actually due to trade but due to technology are blamed on trade. So that's one thing I want you to park. But that being said, I think those involved in trade have not clearly made the case that trade is part of the solution, and that's what we're saying. Now, reglobalization, what are we saying? It's good to acknowledge that in the type of globalization we've had before, there were people left behind. There were poor people in rich countries, and there were poor countries who were not integrated into the system. And that is why we are saying that now is the time to reimagine this, to integrate those who were left out into the system, and that there's a very good opportunity to do that. We can do it whilst building resilience, so we can kill 2 birds with 1 stone, be more inclusive and build resilience. So for businesses, it's not a question of China plus 1, which is normally Vietnam or Indonesia. And I always pose the question, why not Bangladesh? Why not Brazil? Why not Costa Rica? Costa Rica already has some of it. Why not Senegal? Why not Nigeria? Why not Rwanda? And I can name countries that either have the market or the right environment to be able to receive investment. So why can't we diversify supply chains to these countries? Why not? It will help us build resilience. We have critical minerals that we're all looking for. Why don't we build those supply chains in those countries where those minerals are found? We will diversify, we will build resilience while serving the world.
For this vision, do you have buy-in from your member nations?
Sorry?
For this vision, do you have buy-in from your
Well, I
member
see
nations?
several of my ambassadors here. Maybe they can speak. Nadia, do you have buy-in? Nadia is the ambassador from Canada. Oh, good.
That was absolutely.
So that's a powerful country. They have buy-in. I think our members see this vision that we can really include, be more inclusive. If we don't become more inclusive, we are going to have more populism in the rich countries. And that's what we are seeing, as well as the divide between North and South will get bigger, not smaller, I can tell you.
All right, let's go to Johnny Al-Hasham from Rothschild.
Yeah, thank you, Nick. Unfortunately, my question was answered, so. But I have another one.
Good, go. Please stand up and give us your next question.
Yeah, and I have another one, and thank you for pointing out the fact that, unfortunately, many of these issues will fuel extremism, nationalism, and this is something that we don't need. Having said so, you've mentioned rightly so that there is over-dependency on certain economies, which led us to the situation of disruption of value chains. Having said so as well, you've mentioned that we should not only think about relocalization in our economies or reinshoring in their economy just for the supply chain. How can we make this a win-win, not only to pollute in their economies, but as well develop a win-win to promote sustainability globally?
Thanks.
That's an excellent question. I think when we say diversify, it doesn't mean that we have double standards. And so, if we are doing diversifying in our own countries, we follow different standards from elsewhere. I'm just taking critical minerals because this is something we all need. This is something we're all looking for. And we know that many developing countries now have this. So before, the minerals were carted away and processed elsewhere, sometimes in China or elsewhere, because actually not many countries were willing to do it, and China was, so they were extracting the minerals. So if we are going to develop the supply chain, why can't we apply the same ESG standards that we would have applied in our own countries to the places where we are in? I think we'll still save, we'll still probably be more efficient doing it there with the proper standards applied than if we were to go elsewhere. So that's what I would advocate.
Dr. Nkosi, the rapporteur of the Villar document, please, Jens.
Yes, hi, my name is Jens Thompson. I'm a Villars Fellow from the Villars Institute. Like Nick mentioned before, the Villars framework mentions that we need to move forward and that the WTO has a crucial role to play in sustainability change. Yet at the conference, many of the ambassadors, which are most probably also here, mentioned that the WTO is one of the organizations that is extremely slow and that the WTO should be looking at the financial sector, which is moving much faster. So I'm not quite understanding now that you're sitting here and saying that the WTO is moving forward, but at the conference a few weeks ago, many of your ambassadors were saying it is not the WTO that's moving forward, but the financial sector. So who is moving fast?
Well, I can tell you probably the financial sector is moving faster. So when I say the WTO is moving, I don't say it's moving the fastest. The WTO tends to be a bit slow because it's built on a consensus system where every member has to agree to the actions you take. I mean, I'm sure the financiers here would have a fit and a heart attack if they had to work on that basis. But that's the basis on which we work, and that's why we are slow. Yes, I'm sure you would. But there's a...
We've got the defibrillators on standby.
Right. Yeah, let's just test them and see if they can work on consensus. But there's a silver lining to the consensus. That means that the voice of even the smallest country is heard, the smallest member. And there are not too many fora in this world where the smallest members of our society can get their voices heard. That's why people ask me, isn't it so difficult to work? And I say, yes, it is, but I love it because we have something that others don't have. So that makes us slower, but it doesn't make us not do the right thing. So what I'm saying is we are seeing the light. We are moving to make the WTO and its rules. I've just named you 3 specific things we can do, that members can do. So we might be slow, but we're getting there.
Thank you. Minister.
Thank you very much, Ngozi. One question, and first a comment. I think the lowest consensus should not be mistaken for working on the lowest common denominator when it comes to climate change and the SDGs, because we don't have the time and not the luxury, and most people you mentioned don't have that. But more importantly, from a WTO perspective and your World Bank, your former hat, and as a former Minister of Finance, when you look at all the discussions, the Macron-Motley Summit, the reform of the international financial architecture, what is your ask to a lot of the stakeholders and shareholders here, because we hold you back. We don't really want the change. And how can you see the space for the private sector to really jump in? Where are we preventing them from taking the role we all asked them to take?
Ngozi.
Well, I think all of it has been alluded to. I mean, if we are slow, I think the financial sector should be faster. I think there's too much talk, and too much talk of how we are going to mitigate risk for the financial sector for them to take the risk. I totally share the views of the gentleman who said risk is mispriced. I think the perception of risk in many of the developing countries is overblown, and that it's not actually the case. I'm not saying there is no risk, and I don't ask the private sector to go where the investment environment is not appropriate. No, your private sector, like Sigrid said, as a former Minister of Finance, please go where there's the right environment. But my challenge to you is that there's a right environment in so many developing countries and emerging markets, but they're not given a fair chance because already in your minds there's too much risk. So this is my ask. Please have a proper perception. The rewards can also be quite substantial in some of these countries. And let's stop talking and really start moving.
Simon Zadek.
Thanks very much. Thank you for your comments and leadership. Question, it seems we're entering a new era of trade wars and subsidies wars. You've mentioned fossil fuel subsidies, but now, of course, we have the IRA in the US, we have Green Deal subsidies throughout Europe, we have EV subsidies in China and elsewhere, and for the Global South, that means there's a new sucking noise as value is dragged out of Africa, large parts of Latin America, and parts of Asia. So the first question is on subsidies, but not so much the fossil fuel subsidies, but actually the green subsidies and what that means for the Global South. And the link question, if I can just finish, Nick, is really the trade equivalent. We see the EU imposing the zero deforestation due diligence obligation, coming up with the carbon border adjustment tariffs, all imposing transition costs on the Global South and weaker economies. Where do you and where does the WTO sit in that new war?
Well, thank you. The first thing I want to say is that the WTO encourages and does not discourage governments from taking measures to decarbonize and get to net zero by 2050, because we recognize we're sitting in a world where, as Sigrid said, this is an existential threat, and we've got to deal with it and at speed. So that's point one. But the second point, and we are not against subsidies. We actually have a subsidies and countervailing measures agreement. It is, how do you apply the subsidies? Where? And is it something that discriminates and mitigates against competition from others? These are the questions that we ask. So if you're applying green subsidies, you want to support innovation and research and some dissemination and diffusion of green technologies, there are ways you can apply subsidies to those, and they would be quite valid. But there are some other ways where you'll apply subsidies and this really hurts competition from others. It starts a subsidy race to the bottom, which developing countries obviously do not have the fiscal space to participate in. So this means they are being put even at a bigger disadvantage. So we ask the EU and the US in implementing the things they passed to look at the implementing regulations to make sure that as much as possible, this does not result in measures that militate against others. There are a couple of aspects of what has been done which clearly pose difficulties and challenges for us at the WTO. But I think in looking at the implementation, we can mitigate some of those. So that's the first point I want to make. The green subsidy race, if you put your subsidies in the right place, we don't have any problems. If you do not, and we will have problems because that will challenge the competitiveness of others, and that is not a fair or level playing field. And we already have some of those problems. Lastly, on some of the EU measures, like deforestation and so on, we've been in dialogue with the EU to put forward the concerns of developing countries that they don't really understand the categories they've been placed in of risk, A, B, and C, high risk, low risk, medium, and so on. They would like to have a dialogue to better understand this, ditto with CBAM. And I think the EU has shown a willingness to discuss, explain, have a dialogue, and see how in its implementing regulations it can try to make sure this doesn't militate too much against developing countries. We're right in the middle of this discussion and this dialogue, and I hope we can make something of it.
Well, we hope that maybe if you're invited next year, you'll come back to tell us what progress you've made.
Absolutely.
In an extraordinarily disrupted environment you're working in, an uncertain environment for so many reasons. Dr. Nkosi, thank you so much.
Thank you.
Lovely. Dr. Nkosi, thank you very much indeed. In all of this, it's about finance, it's about banking, it's about investment, and that is underpinning so much of what we're discussing. So what I'd like to do is invite immediately Sergio Ermotti, who is the new Chief Executive of UBS. Sergio, come and join me. I should say that, of course, you've been there for 4 months. This time last year, you were working somewhere else, but you were still at the conference. So nice to see you. You're working as chair of Swiss Re, and you're a staunch supporter of building bridges, and you need the microphone. Thank you very much. We have 20 minutes, so welcome. You've taken on a bit of an interesting challenge at the moment, but we're not really here to talk about that. It's more about what is happening on the geo-economic fragmentation, and what is your assessment of how this is having an impact on much of what we're addressing here. Geo-economic fragmentation, building on what we've just heard from Nkosi at the WTO.
Well, of course, a huge one, because we are coming at a moment in time in which the price for the very aggressive monetary policies that was put in place before COVID and after COVID has created inflationary pressures. And of course, when you look at the geopolitical developments, the changes in the supply chain have created even more demands for, in a sense, different sets of energy sources. And in a sense, when you go back into sustainability, the quick answer was, okay, let's reevaluate the role of fossil energy. So in a sense, the geopolitical tension has created even more dependence on fossil energy, and in a sense is definitely a negative development.
What kind of position are you taking in the bank, though, about what you say to your customers, your clients, about fossil fuel and long-term investment in it?
Well, look, personally and also as a bank, we try to really isolate ourselves from this huge polarization.
How can you isolate yourself?
Yeah, I mean, you need to stay focused on delivering. We focus on our commitment, everything we can do in order to achieve the 2050 targets. We have our own goals, our own plans. And the most challenging part of the equation is to resist more and more the polarization aspect. But particularly the media aspects of making sure that people understand that financing the transition is not in conflict with achieving the 2050 targets.
What about those who say to you, it's not 2050, Sergio, it's actually 2030? Because Sultan Al-Jaber from COP28 says very clearly, we've got to reduce emissions by 42% in order to keep it at 1.5 degrees.
I think that the 2050 Accord was a broadly accepted target. we can't be in the end of the extremist in this debate. We need to stay focused on what has been broadly agreed by the vast majority about what needs to be done between now and 2050. I don't think that we can allow both parts of the equations. I mean, it's not only the one that want it fast, it's the one who are in denial also that put a lot of pressures on us. So it's not an easy situation to be in, especially when you consider that still too many people do not understand that banks are not the owner of those assets. We are managing assets on behalf of people. We try to help them investing their money. We help corporates to make investments that help them to manage the transition. We help corporates to evaluate the risks associated with all that. But in many cases, it's not our own balance sheet. The ultimate decision stays with the ultimate owner. So we try to be as helpful as we can, fulfill our task, but we are not the one responsible for the ultimate decision.
But ultimately, you're also a lender, and you can create a market mood, which is one of, we're not going to back fossil fuel companies investing in fossil fuels. And you know the argument that's gone on even at the World Petroleum Congress in Alberta 2 weeks ago, while the New York Climate Week was going on, where they were simply emphasizing it's phasing down as opposed to phasing out, which is what COP26 hoped to achieve. Where are you positioning yourself in that? Because you can deny loans if you need to.
If we deny loans, it's because we see that that financing has no scope in a transition process. And it's very well defined. If we are basically talking about financing a company who has no plans for going through their 2050 commitments, and or this project is absolutely clearly against our policies in terms of how and where this energy source is extracted, we will not finance it. But again, this is exactly what I'm talking about, resisting the pressure of the cacophony that comes around. Everybody has an opinion on this topic. We have to stay focused on what has been agreed. The agreement has not come just by the banks and the financial system. It's a political agreement, it's a broader agreement which includes many NGOs. So we just need to stay very focused on doing that. By the way, you mentioned the geopolitical tensions. This is putting a lot of risk on achieving the 2050 goals. If we then now keep deviating tactically every other month from that objective, it's going to be even more difficult.
Where do you think, okay, you've only been at the bank for 4 months, but where do you think the bank might have to position itself or review its position, or any bank, about what is going to happen over the next few years? That there are the scientists who say very clearly, and we were mentioning it at the beginning, what the Stockholm Resilience Centre has said, that this is now moving much faster than really the 2050 deadlines suggested. If there is that real concern about so much needing to be done at a much higher speed, does a bank have a role in making sure that if it needs to be advanced from 2050 to 2040 or 2035, then that's the kind of policy that you will pursue?
We will pursue a policy that has broad consensus and credibility. So just to be crystal clear, we are not pursuing maximization of profits if it's against the sustainability and our own objectives on how we achieve our profitability. So, but again, to pretend and to try to focus just on the financial sector as being, and particularly of banks, for being the one that will drive the change, it's a fairly naive interpretation of our role.
Fatih Birol of the International Energy Agency made clear a couple of weeks ago, certainly as reported by the Financial Times, that actually we're moving towards a position where we're beginning to see the end of the fossil fuel era. Is that your judgment as well at UBS?
It depends what we mean. The trajectory is there, but it's a long way to go because different countries at different parts of the globe have different needs. as we speak. So in some countries we see that going faster, but I would say that it's going to take time to phase out fossil energy, to be realistic.
What about your own personal conviction on sustainability and net zero? There are those still in the business community who find it difficult to work out what net zero is really about, even though you can have a theoretical definition of it. What's your position at the bank?
Well, my position is that it's clear that action needs to be taken. It's not an easy task. If you just think about, now maybe I can stay on financials to give you an example, but it takes around 125 trillions of investments to achieve a net zero. So just by quoting that number, you understand the magnitude of the task. So my conviction is that we have a role to play as a financial services industry, bringing together investors and projects, managing risk. My own conviction is that I need to do my part personally. I need to do my part as a leader of the bank and the organization to make sure that we fulfill the expectation on us and what we believe is the right thing to do. And to the extent possible, to contribute to the debate, like today, to make sure that people fully understand what we can do and what we cannot do.
Have you in any way redefined or refocused in the last 4 months? Have you been reviewing? Have you been developing new strands in which you would feel more comfortable? Or is it a process of constant review?
To be honest, in the last 4 months, I had a couple of other priorities.
Would you like to tell us what they were?
I thought you say you read the Financial Times.
It's much better hearing it direct from you.
But in terms of the topic of today, of course, bringing together two systemic relevant banks means also putting together two different policies, two different approaches on how to achieve the 2050 targets. Both banks have defined those targets, but the way both banks decided to get there is different now. For us, it's clear. My colleagues are working very hard to try to bring together the plan that is coherent and one plan, because, you know, of course, we cannot accept to have two plans going forward. So in that sense, and concretely, in order to be credible in what we do and how we do it, in the last 4 months, I had to focus on making sure the bank is stable and credible vis-à-vis its stakeholders and clients.
What about taking things forward? Because a year ago you were running essentially an enormous risk operation at Swiss Re. You were chair of Swiss Re. What, more broadly, do you see as the ability of the banking system to adjust to the enormity of what is now happening? We're talking about building bridges. What does the financial community, what does the banking community have to do to help build those bridges and create an understanding, more of an understanding from clients about what is needed to achieve, let's call it net zero, even though we can debate what net zero really is?
Well, it's clearly going back to what I mentioned before. I think that compared to reinsurance, I think that while in the reinsurance we were also focused on investing the asset of the company in a sustainable way with clear targets that we could control very easily how we achieve that and how we do it, we were more exposed on the liability side. And if you look at Nat Cat and everything that goes on right nowadays, it's really, you know, you get almost the first order effect on any crisis immediately touching you. By the way, you look at things developing every day. In banking, it's more about, as I mentioned before, helping investors to invest, to fulfill their targets on how they want to invest their money, pick up the right choices, helping projects to be funded by third parties, so being an intermediary, or in some cases also deploying our balance sheet. So it's much more of a work of not only the intermediation, compared to insurance, where you take more the first order risk of the consequences of natural events or climate changes.
But when it comes to your view and your bank's view on sustainability, how much do you actually at times have to dissuade your customers from thinking along the traditional conformist way of thinking of investing in fossil fuels at a time like this? Are we yet at that watershed where a bank of your size, increasingly, it's much larger suddenly, actively has to be seen as a mobilizer when it comes to not investing?
No, is to take a long-term view. So because, of course, you can imagine in the last 18 months, you really found out easily who was in favor of sustainable investments, because the alpha generation of sustainable investment in the last 5-6 years was pretty good until fossil started to outperform. And then you started to really see the people that were really focusing on sustainable investments versus the one that were just surfing the wave on. Right now, what we try to do is to highlight the medium to long-term risks associated with staying too much into the old economy or old energy production versus the benefits of investing in projects that may generate more sustainable outcome going forward. So it's really resisting the short-term volatility of markets, and the current geopolitical tensions are clearly not helping, with oil prices going at almost $100 a barrel. So the temptation to be part of that journey is very high, and we try to educate people. So it's quite impressive that we already achieved almost 300 billions of pure sustainable investments. Of course, it's only 7% of the money we manage, but it's, exponentially higher than only what we had a few years ago. We were probably 30, 40 billions.
Let me ask you to converge your previous job and your previous expertise and how being at a bank also inputs into this. When it comes to understanding risk and resilience, and there are now many examples of factories, office blocks, houses which have been built in places which have been seen as not vulnerable. And suddenly, we've had it in Germany, we've had it in Greece, we've had it in so many areas, I don't need to list it. In other words, making people think twice or 3 times about what would have been a normal decision, a business decision. And you as a bank saying, are you sure you're not going to be flooded? Are you sure you're not going to be taken out by lack of sewage or lack of drainage? Because it's something which many of the entrepreneurs don't necessarily see as a risk, but you as a bank and you as a lender might see as a risk.
Yeah, look, fortunately or unfortunately, I would say fortunately, we are not so exposed in that kind of direct first-order risks as a bank. We are more exposed, in general terms on investments in companies, or on behalf of our clients and investors, or when we lend money to a company, right? So in a sense, and in the vast majority of the cases, we get coverage through insurance companies who are much more advanced in that sense, in highlighting to their clients what is the risk associated with building. The fascinating part of what I was doing before is that you would tell people, in 20 years' time, over there, you're going to have a problem. It's not an issue of you're going to have a problem in 2 years' time. It's in 20 years' time you're going to have a problem, and therefore think twice before developing, or think about a contingency plan on how you get out of this. So the big difference between the 2 jobs was more about the real long-term risks and the first-order effect.
But Sergio, what is long-term risk these days? You talk about 20 years. It could be 20 months. It could be 20 weeks. It could be 20 hours these days. Things can suddenly happen in ways which are simply unimaginable to many people.
Well, there are, when you talk about new developments, you know, you need to plan over 20 years. You can't plan around one or a couple of years. So therefore, financing a new building or a new development area as a time horizon that goes well beyond a couple of years or a couple of months. So in that sense, it's very pertinent.
In our last 2 minutes, let me just move on to something else about the role of blended finance in mobilizing capital. And you heard what the finance minister said earlier about the need to create investment which is seen as secure, even if there's more risk attached to it. What kind of view are you taking at your bank?
Secure, what generally speaking investors are concerned about more the legal and political risk than they are about the project itself. So I think that you know, what we need is to have security. You know, we are paid and we are supposed to take risks, so it's not an issue of trying to do business without having any risks, but it's more about trying to define a legal framework that allows investments to be done, also in a time, particularly in respect of the time necessary to implement, to build up a facility. A delay of 5 or 10 years because of you know, lack of building permits or any oppositions to a project may make the risk unbearable. So legal certainty around funding project is probably the most important element of making investors even more attracted to those kind of investments.
And finally, we're going to be talking about TNFD, which is going to be launched here in a couple of hours, nature and climate and so on. How much is this changing? Can you feel this is changing significantly the internal operations of many of your customers, and including the bank, I guess?
Well, the bank is really driving to net zero. Everything we consume ourselves. We have clear targets, and you know, in many of the buildings, or almost every building where we operate, we go for net zero. So, and more clients are embracing themselves that. On the other end, what we also try to highlight is the benefits from a cost of funding, credit cost, and access to financial markets more and more to our clients. What is the difference between making hard choices now versus delaying it and potentially having to pay more in few years?
Sergio, our time is up. Thank you very much indeed for sparing time to come and join us. Thank you very much indeed. You can see there's a pace to what we're trying to do, get as much in as possible. So we're doing a switch here because I'm going to be joined by 3 panelists, and I want to hear more thoughts as well from many of you. And the question was asked earlier, and I said we're going to be talking about this. Why are trillions not being mobilized, connecting the dots to harness public and private finance to achieve the SDGs? Well, we're talking about unprecedented amounts of capital, which are now going to be needed. But there's an enormous amount of money out there. And I've sat privately with bankers who've said, we've got a lot of money, but we don't have the projects at the moment. So what exactly is the situation, and how can things be mobilized in a way which is going to achieve the kind of investment at the kind of speed that is certainly needed? And private capital is certainly not being mobilized at the scale and pace needed. So that's the challenge. Let me invite our 3 guests up. Avinash, Shekhar, Your Highness, and Remy Rieu. Thank you very much indeed. And I will come for questions from you shortly. But first, let me introduce Shekhar Shamima, who's President and Chief Executive of the Office of the UAE Independent Climate Change Accelerators. Welcome. Very good to see you, Your Majesty. And Avinash Perso, welcome, who is Special Envoy on Investment and Financial Services to the Prime Minister and the Government of Barbados. Thank you very much indeed. And Remy Rieu, who is Chairman of the IDFC. Welcome. You've all got a microphone, have you? That's even better. Now, I'm going to go immediately to Avinash, because the Bridgetown initiative is so talked about, and what your Prime Minister has achieved. What kind of progress are you making, particularly on the question of why money is still not being mobilized?
It's a great question. We need $2.4 trillion a year going to developing countries. $2.4 trillion a year. And the reason why we need that is there's no pathway for the planet to be preserved if we don't get a green transformation in developing countries, who today, in aggregate, are the big emitters. They're not historically the big emitters, but the big emitters today, or becoming 63% of emissions. So we need this transformation. There's going to be a big role to be played by REMI, by the multilateral development banks and development banks. They need to play a big role in dealing with climate adaptation and climate resilience, because the private sector gets no revenues from that. We need a role to play for the public sector in financing loss and damage. There's $100 billion of loss and damage happening every year and rising in poor developing countries. But the private sector needs to help with mitigation. So that's stuff that generates revenues, solar farms, hydroelectric, wind power. And the reason why they're not going, so they're financing 81% of renewables in rich countries and only 14% in poor countries. And the primary reason is the perception of risk. We heard about that earlier. And the biggest risk that dwarfs all the other risks is macro risk. Perception of currency risk, of credit risk. And we have history now, 30 years of data, which says that they overestimate these risks by about twice the amount. And so we are proposing a guarantee of foreign exchange risks for green transformation projects as a way of unlocking $1 trillion of private sector investment.
What progress
into
are you
developing
making?
Countries. Well, 12 months ago, and Remy could attest to this, no one was talking about this. And now it's on every declaration that we must do so. And we're now debating what the right mechanism for doing so is. But I would say there's been a lot of progress in two other areas, very, very briefly, Nick, because we want to hear from the other panelists. Again, 12 months ago, people were not talking about the MDBs and development banks becoming much bigger. We've in the Motley Macron summit, there's an agreement to make them $200 billion bigger. We need to make them $1 trillion bigger, but that's a great start. And then the other thing that we've pioneered is these pause clauses. So in all debt instruments, the development banks have agreed to put them in their lending to poor countries, but we need to put them in all debt instruments. So when a natural disaster happens, 2 years of interest and principal repayment freeze, added back on with interest later, but giving the breathing space of countries facing these huge climatic disasters.
But overall, are you heartened by what you've achieved in the last 12 months? Are you amazed by what you've achieved? Are you frustrated, given the enormity of the threat and the urgency of what needs to be achieved?
Compared with where we need to go, we are a long way away. Compared with
Is there active resistance still?
Compared to where we were, we have made progress. The idea that we should put in more capital into our development banks and sweat their balance sheet so they can lend twice as much as they're doing, that idea is now being normalized. The idea that I'm currently negotiating with some other negotiators to have an international loss and damage fund, that again is being normalized. And the idea that we need to unblock the private sector and can't just wait there for them to come, that there are reasons why they're not coming and we need to unblock them, again, that's being normalized. So,
and what are the reasons?
The principal reason, if you invest in a solar farm in South Africa, the cost of capital is 14%. You invest in a solar farm, identical technology in Germany, the cost of capital is 4 or 5%. Why? Because just investing in the South African government, macro risks, currency, credit risks, costs 12% per year. That is the reason why they would rather a German project than a South African project. We need to lower that cost of capital with partial guarantees.
Shekhar Sharma, what's your perspective on this, given that you are responsible for climate change accelerators?
Good afternoon, everyone. Very pleased to be here. We're a non-governmental organization our aim is to accelerate and grow the green economy. We've been working on 3 main streams, one of them being putting forward policy recommendations because we need to unlock policies to grow the green economy. The second pillar, we've been doing research on finance and what sort of financial mechanisms can we deploy to unlock the trillions of dollars that organizations, countries have pledged. And then the third pillar is technology and innovation. And over there, we're finding really interesting technologies, but they're not getting the support that they need. So in order for technologies to be deployed in my region, a very hot region, and a region that the temperatures are growing 2 times faster than the global average, what I've seen is that organizations don't want to invest in these technologies unless they see a proof of concept on the ground. And so we've been helping organizations, technologies, connect with organizations willing to give grant funding to create that proof of concept. We need more of this type of work in order to scale at the speed that we need to address this crisis that we're in.
How much is this being mobilized by the evidence you've just mentioned 2 times? The temperatures and the real fear that that is creating. Is that in its own way becoming a mobilizer for investment and accelerating the kind of thing you're talking about?
Absolutely. We have a water crisis in our region, and so there is huge emphasis on water security, on food security as well. And we've seen over the years with government offering sort of subsidies and packages in order to grow the food and agricultural sector in the UAE. I do believe that it's important as we transition to this new economy that governments have fiscal policy incentives in order for things to shift. You may know that the UAE has recently announced a corporate tax, and our view as a think and do tank, we've been putting forward fiscal policy incentive schemes and doing research on what other countries have been doing in order to support this transition.
Thank you. Remy, what's your view from the Development Bank of where this is going and where you're seeing mobilization? We've heard already the Bridgetown initiative and the amazing progress that's been made. It's good, but it could be better. Where's the grit in the system?
The trillions are here, in this room and in other rooms. And I really want to thank Patrick and colleagues for the invitation. Three weeks ago, we were in Cartagena, the Indias, for the Finance in Common Summit. So building bridges, financing in common, it really looks alike. But we were more on the public side, on gathering the 530 public development banks existing in the world, from the World Bank to national or local public banks. You know them probably in your operations. And we were there to discuss sustainability, how to align with SDGs, exactly like we are doing it today. So I see a lot of hope in the momentum that was created back in 2015 with the Paris Agreement. AFD I'm heading is aligned since 2017, totally with the Paris Agreement, and now SDGs. And we're all, now that this agenda has been confirmed in New York last week, we're all, I think, in the process of factoring in, developing the methodologies, the strategies to operationalize and be accountable towards SDGs and explain our leaders and people what it really means. So this is what this new global financial architecture we discussed in Paris in June with leaders, we will discuss next week in Marrakesh, is about. having a sort of vast, seamless, at-scale architecture of public investment. This is what finance in common is about. But of course, not by ourselves.
Right.
In order to mobilize private finance like we never did before, like we are not doing right now.
What I want to do is mobilize some other voices in the room to respond
Absolutely.
to. Can we get the microphones? Laurence, can I get the microphone to you? Laurence Ramsey, please, microphone there. And actually, Hubert Keller alongside you. Who else wanted to come in here? Let me look at the list of those who've... Martin Weber, please, and we'll come to you as well. Right, let me just ask though one question before we go to... I wanted to make sure the microphone was already there. You used the word hope. Hope is not really a policy. Do you have the absolute firm commitments, do you believe, of the direction, for the direction of travel?
The group I'm representing today is already about trillions. So it's 2.5 trillions investments each year. And we are public. So we should, we will, we want to directly implement the mandate set by the governments. I'm not saying we're there yet, but we see a clear improvement in the quality of public investments since 2015. So it's already about 10% of total investments each year, which would be aligned, which is not bad.
The trillions can be mobilized. We heard, I think, 2.4 trillion, if I have the number right.
Yes, the problem is, of course, they are not properly allocated, so they are not sufficiently in the global north. Everybody's underestimating the size of the financial sector in the global south, which is about 13 trillions each year. Somehow the size of investments in the global north. So there's a whole issue of mobilizing domestic resources, turning investments in the right direction, capacity building, redirecting in each part of the world.
Thank you. Just a quick word and then I'll go to the audience.
Yeah, that's a very important thing that needs to play an important role, the domestic financing. But we know that we're asking developing countries to have a larger, faster green transformation that's ever been done anywhere in the world. We know it's faster than their own natural economy would progress. And therefore, it means we also know that investment will exceed savings, and the external side needs to be involved. We need $1 trillion of foreign investment into developing countries, in addition to the $1 trillion they have every year, and we need to unblock that.
Thank you. Right. Laurent, let's come to you first. You've got the microphone?
Yeah.
Good. Go ahead. You've got a question.
You've got a question, or I have a question?
No, you have a question. At least you sent us a question.
Make one up.
Yeah, I can make one up. No, I think the one of the questions I raised was the ability to scale up impact investing. I think a lot of people talk about this is the place where we have the most direct impact, ignoring the fact that public securities market have also a role to play. So my question to you is, how do you see the role of financing private project versus the role of public markets?
All right, indeed. Can you stack that up for the moment? Rainer.
Yeah, I'm Rainer Gibson from the University of Geneva, so I want to take a little bit of an academic standpoint. So when you talk about achieving these goals, the SDGs, not so much at the environmental level, but at the social level, for instance, there's a big question on impact measurement. And the question I'm raising is, part of the problem the fact that investors cannot really measure? They measure the financial returns and performance on their investments. They cannot quantify, compare the impact generated by these investments.
Quantifying the investments. Hubert Keller.
Sorry. Perhaps this is not really a question, but also perhaps sharing a slightly different perspective. I think when we talk about mobilizing finance and the trillions for the transition, I think we need to sort of clarify a few things. I think the first thing we need to clarify is that we are looking at the biggest economic transformation of all time. It's not only about energy systems, it's also about the complete transformation of the relationship between the economy and nature, and it's also about the new materials economy. And so what we also need to bear in mind is the transmission mechanisms, how finance get into this kind of transformation. And it always follows exactly the same pattern, and it has over years and years and decades. It is about better economics. So when we have a new technology, or in this particular case, green solutions, then if they are more affordable, if they are more efficient, and if they are scalable, we can build a very strong economic case. And I think the point I want to make about transmission mechanisms is an important point, which is where that money actually comes from. When there are better economics for green solutions and green technology, then effectively it's the corporate world that starts to deploy capital, and it's called CapEx. And CapEx will flow into these green solutions just because they represent an extremely robust and strong business case. And I think it's important to bear this in mind, particularly as we are sitting here in 2023, because in fact, there are some really good news, which we don't really talk much about. And the really good news is that the funding, the CapEx that is going into the transformation of energy systems, capital is actually flowing, and it's flowing at speed and scale, which is often grossly underestimated. In fact, 18 months ago, we should bear in mind that the amount of capital that was deployed into renewable energy or into the transformation of energy systems into renewable is about 1 trillion, and that is as much as was spent into or invested into fossil fuels. So I will just pause here, because I can come back for more afterwards, but I would just say, I think we need to understand the transmission mechanism and how actually CapEx is starting to flow.
That's more of an observation, Hubert. Thank you very much indeed. I'm going to come, Martin, into you in a moment. Can we just go further back, please? Yeah, okay.
Okay, thank you.
One more voice for the moment.
Thank you so much. Jan and Emma joining from academia, Geneva and Amsterdam. And I want to take a step back, to be frank. Let's say I'm someone sort of supporting the 2030 agenda, the SDGs we're talking about. I admire you on the podium trying to serve that objective, and I'm still a bit shocked, to be honest.
By what?
By this previous discussion where we've put, or the CEO by UBS, put the 2050 timeline next to our common 2030 agenda. So there seems to be a big gap between what we're doing now here and the previous sort of discussion. So I wonder how to match the two, how bring the two together. Thank you.
Thank you. I'll come to the others in a moment. Avinash.
Okay, so 3 quick responses to the great questions. Firstly, I totally agree with you. My little developing country has a 2030 plan. 2030 plan, not a 2050 plan. That's the kind of plan we need. I'm afraid that when we do things in aggregates, on the question we had here, we do lose something. There's an enormous amount of private sector flows going into renewables and mitigation in developed economies. They're not coming into developing countries. They're not doing so at the pace. And the reason why is not that the technology isn't there, it's not that the economics isn't there. The returns are more attractive at nominal levels in developing countries than developed countries, but not after they've hedged the risks in the marketplace. And when we look at those hedging costs, they're twice the size of the actual risk turns out to be. So we need public finance to play a role in reducing the costs of hedging to a risk-neutral level, not a risk-averse level, and that will benefit the entire economy. The final point I'd make, the entire world economy, that social externality. The final point I want to make is we're not going to get to the $1 trillion we need in developing countries through altruism. The green bonds, the yields on green bonds are almost the same on the yields on non-green bonds. We're not seeing that impact investor playing the significant role in lowering costs of capital and the size we need for the world as a whole. And so we need to make these projects economic. We need to make these projects commercial. If it's a subsidy, it's never going to be enough.
All right. Your Highness, please.
I just wanted to say that what struck me a few days ago is when I read that we were only 15% on track for the SDGs.
1.5.
1.5. And that's globally. And my view is that we need to keep 2030 as our as the main goal. And we need to recognize that there's limits to growth. In finance and in business, we keep talking about unlimited growth and wanting to have these big IRRs, but that's not what the world needs. We need to start calculating externalities, the effect of climate on people, on health, on well-being. We can't just ignore that side, and I think more research needs to be made and more education needs to take place on how climate change is really impacting communities around the world.
So first on the issue of scaling up impact investments, of course we need the governments, the central banks, the regulators to take care of the geopolitics, the FX, the debt, the macro factors Avinash started with, of course. Otherwise we cannot do our business, all of us. So I put that aside, but this is, of course, crucial. I think we need two things. We need a machine to originate way more quality projects. We had a working group to prepare this June summit in Paris with colleagues from ADIA, between AFD, ADIA, and many professionals, and that was made very clear that there's a market failure here, and if the market's not there, we need a public capacity to originate. That's the role of local, national banks. We need a public capacity to aggregate and syndicate. That's the role of probably regional multilateral development banks. And we also probably need a few instruments in a global toolkit. That's the role of the World Bank, at least to ease part of the macro risks. And if this architecture would come clearly, then the capacity to provide opportunities for investors, private, would be multiplied. And I think we're close to it, actually, if you look at the number of institutions and if we think at that perimeter. So that's one. And the second thing that is so important, and Elizabeth is here launching TNFD. TNFD, actually, it's a work between public and private from the start. And so now, and I commit AFD to be the first, or one of the first, to publish a TNFD report, like we did for TCFD. We want common methodologies, standards, taxonomies. And I think the only way to do that is to have some sort of agreement between public banks and private banks. Otherwise, you know what will happen. We will have taxonomies coming from the governments, and maybe we will not be that pleased with them. So if we want to move forward collectively, we have to define. And for the first time since 2015, we have the central banks that are gathered in a global alliance called NGFS. We have private sector in GFANS. You have public banks in FIX. You have ISSB working on common standards. So we're close to this global dialogue to find the proper incentives and framework that we all need. And I stopped by saying that it's not only about standards. In the end, it's about some sort of common vision and representation of the world. I think we are still so fragmented in the way we see our planet and our system working together. Beyond my pay grade, I think we also need, I was discussing it with André Hoffmann here, we also need visions, narratives, artists coming into the discussion with financiers to help us just have a better representation of what we are facing, actually.
All right. Now, there was quite a lot of applause from way back. I'd like to get a voice from there, someone who is really concerned about 2030, quite understandably. Would anyone like to come in? I'll come, just put up your hand if you'd like to say something. I can't believe you're all going to sit on your hands now. But otherwise, I'm going to go to Martin and Vanina as well. So think about, there's a voice over there as well. Can we get the microphone over there? I'll come to you in a moment. Vanina, you want to come in, please? Do you have a microphone? Martin, do you have the microphone? The microphone's been taken away. Could I go to Martin first, please? And you have the microphone, Vanina, or not? Okay. Can we have another microphone over here, please? Go ahead, Martin.
Maybe another question is, how can we make sure that investors have a common view where investments should go to achieve the SDGs? And obviously, we at Robeco have a view, as we have developed a framework for the SDGs, that we open up to academia, and we'll also share with our colleagues later, maybe next year or so in the market. But how can we achieve that all investors have a common view?
A common view, okay. Vanina, do you have the microphone, please? Can we move the microphone across quickly? We've got enough microphones. And do you have a microphone at the back? Yeah, okay, I'll come to you in a moment. Go ahead.
Vanina Farber from Academia IMD. How can you talked a lot about blended finance or collaboration in this fragmented world with a backlash against, I would say, ESG and some of these things in some parts of the world. How can developmental institutions become more catalytic, not only for exchange rates macro, and really align different risk return impact profiles? Because sometimes, and allow me to say, you seem to be going for the same projects that the private sector is tailoring. So if we have appetite in the private sector to go for green finance, how can developmental banks be more catalytic?
Thank you very much. Please, at the back.
Thank you. Matthias Pitkowitz from EQX Biome in New York. We're a financial marketplace for nature-based investments. I share the observation that I think everything seems very calm here. We're facing an existential risk, and that by definition means it might end humanity. Now that sounds very aggressive, but we're in a room, we're hearing voices from finance, corporations, different players. But this problem is very urgent, and I think we first need to be very honest about where is the problem. We have an economy built on the back of carbon and biodiversity loss. And for us to be able to address that issue, I think we need to find where does it really sit. And I think, and I would suggest this for debate in this conference, I would suggest it sits with corporations, and the largest 100 corporations have a concentration of it. I would like to inspire the debate, how do we make clear that these 100 corporations know that there is no business on planet Earth in 15 years unless they do not emit carbon and do not destroy biodiversity? If we make this rule clear, I think we will see very clear input from those companies deploying CapEx, which is already happening, and we will see external investors and financing sources rally around that profit opportunity. But I think we're not really pushing the framework hard enough, and I would love to hear those voices discuss that.
Look, we made very clear at the beginning what the science is saying, what the existential threat is, and quoting the latest report from the Stockholm Resilience Centre. So that is clear on the agenda right from the beginning. It became clear from Patrick as well about we've got to be bold and brave. I'm not sure that jumping up and down is going to actually produce that in the kind of energy which you are suggesting. But there is a mood here which I'm certainly detecting, and I share your understanding and the urgency. There's something else here. You didn't mention SMEs. There are vast numbers, hundreds of millions of SMEs around the world who've also got to change as well. Now, please.
the 2.4 billion.
Just introduce yourself, please.
James Mwangi from Equity Group. I did deeply appreciate the thought of 2.4 billion climate financing, with 1 trillion coming from developed world. The issue is on pricing. How do we ensure that the pricing of that credit doesn't disadvantage the developing countries to becoming globally competitive to attract private investments?
Thank you very much indeed. Before you answer, anyone else want to come in, please? Put up your hand, or I'll be watching. Okay, I'm watching, not for the moment. I just want to see where you are. Okay, thank you. Right, answer some of these, please.
So, we are a small island in the Caribbean. We're burning up and drowning. And that focuses the mind. And that's why that was the genesis of the Bridgetown initiative. And in focusing our mind, we began thinking about what needs to be done, the scale of what needs to be done. A big part of the campaign 12 months ago was just getting people to understand the scale. It's $2.4 trillion. It's a big number. It can't be done by a few sort of little nice projects. But we also need to break it down. There's mitigation, taking emissions away from the atmosphere. There's adaptation for the climate change that's already there, and there's loss and damage for the enormous hits. These are 3 different things that are financed in 3 totally different ways. We need the development banks and the multilateral development banks to be 3 times bigger than they are to finance that adaptation and that resilience. The private sector does not have the revenues to get into that. But we have a big number, which is getting mitigation and greenhouse gases. That's the biggest number. It's the biggest bucket. The private sector can do that, and we need to look at where they're being blocked. And they're being blocked, in particular, around the cost of capital. And the cost of capital that can move the first is actually not policy. We all need better policies. But look at the UK. They changed their policy last week. Look at many European countries have changed their feed-in tariff policies tremendously. Policy risks cannot fall much further than where they are. It's the macro risk premium, which needs to be half of what it is, and that will lower the cost of capital. And I think that's the key thing we need to do. In terms of making sure it's aligned with the SDGs, we need more clarity and information on the SDGs and the impact these will have. But I would say many developing countries, we know where we need the investment. We need substantial investment. The green transformation is not just a climate plan, it's a development plan. And I think the final point I'd make is on the corporates and SOEs. In the developed world, we need to have proper taxes. We need to have proper carbon taxes. Europe, Canada, a couple of countries are getting there already. And those taxes in these large developed economies with liquid markets and great capital markets will lead to the switch and the transformation to renewables. In developing countries, those same taxes will lead to a collapse of production. And so what we need there is financing. Financing to encourage the investment into the green transformation. That's the plan.
Thank you. Your Highness.
I believe we need organizations such as the UAE's Independent Climate Change Accelerator to build the bridges needed between the public, the private sector, academia, NGOs, in order to accelerate the pace of change. From my experience, I've been reading a report from the World Institute for Resource Institute, and they say that we need to go 22 times faster when it comes to electric vehicles. What we've done is we found a young entrepreneur, 23 years old, based in the UAE, that wants to retrofit cars, change petrol engines to electric engines, and has developed an innovative model to do so, but he doesn't have the regulation in order for him to pilot his product. So what we've done is we've held a policy hack. We invited insurance companies, because once you change an engine, it no longer is the same car. We're extending the life of cars. And at the same time, we've managed to secure that this young gentleman has the opportunity to pilot his innovation. And what we need is to find solutions that are around that and accelerate policies to support them in order to grow the green economy.
Particularly that point right from the back. My words here, not his. We're not being bold and brave enough.
I'll try. On the catalytic effect, many of us in this room, we have examples of impact funds. I mean, we are working with Amundi, we are working with BlackRock. They are too small, but somehow we did our homework. And now we need a bit more concessional resources, probably, in that direction. And we need a stronger mandate from our shareholders. The reason why we do not receive that strong a signal, a mandate from our shareholders, the government, and I come back to measurement, impact measurement, is the fact that there's no clarity on the taxonomies and the methodologies. And so public shareholders, they fear greenwashing, and they fear a reputation risk for their public instruments. And so that's why I was pleading for reaching a common methodology. Marcos Neto here from UNDP knows it. There are about 200 instruments, taxonomies, methodologies around. And so in the end, it will only make our cooperation more difficult if we do not streamline in a single set of taxonomies our way of doing business together. And I close by saying that another way to leverage private finance is on the liability side of public banks. So simply by growing the size of public banks, buying the bonds issued by AFD, AA+, not that bad. Well, you go to Colombia, you go to Indonesia, you go to Burkina Faso, you go in social sectors, you go in co-financing with Equity Bank, which is a fantastic success story in Kenya, DRC, investing your money into these places you will never go. So it's not really about public against private. It's really about finding the conduits, the channels, and please allocate SDR in the direction of multilateral development banks so that it irrigates this vast architecture.
Thank you. Let's have snappy interventions. Pavel.
Thanks, Nick. The elephant in the drawing room, thank you, Your Highness Sheikh Shamma, for naming it. It's externalities. And thank you, the young gentleman somewhere there who brought up the top 100 companies and their responsibility for their externalities. I think what we need here is the finance community to recognize that unless our impact metrics embrace externalities and recognize that true performance of a corporation, whether it's the top 100 or whether it's an SME, has to be not just the private profits for shareholders, but the impacts on society, on nature, and on human health and well-being of its employees and the people outside, we are not getting anywhere. And yet, we are avoiding this responsibility of creating standards for impact metrics, for impact accounting. Why is this so?
It's important. We're going to be talking about TNFD immediately after the break, so we're not avoiding that. We're going to embrace it wholeheartedly within the next half hour. Ava's in charge there. And over here, please.
Thank you. Lancome Capitalist Coalition. We talk about public and private finance, but what about the people's finance? Where are the products that actually enable normal people who are worried about climate change, biodiversity loss, increasing poverty, to put their money towards SDGs? I think there aren't any products that would basically allow us to invest into our world and into our common future. I think we talk about, I mean, as a private citizen, I don't want my pension to be invested in unsustainable. It goes directly against my belief. As a board member of a charity, I don't want that charity's capital to be invested, and yet we've got policies called fiduciary duties that prioritize financial gain over your values.
All right, I'm not going to offload that question. I'm going to tell you that discussion 5 is about finance for the people, prioritizing the stability of our societies, to accelerate the transition in which finance is going to play an important part. So you've raised it about an hour before it's going to be discussed up here. Is there anyone, one more thought here, and then we're going to have to close with a couple of thoughts here.
Thank you. Kirsten Henson, Founding Director of an SME, KLH Sustainability. We work in the built environment, basically challenging the status quo of our buildings and our infrastructure. And I'd just like to sort of put the question, and with all due respect about the fact that we need to move to EVs quicker, I disagree. An EV is simply a substitution for the combustion engine that we have now. We need alternative mobility solutions. Investing in EVs is simply saying the same thing as build hospitals, that will deliver healthcare. It won't. Healthcare comes from integrated policy and investment about green infrastructure, sustainable transport options, access to education, access to employment. So I'm just wondering how we sort of make the dialogue a bit more diverse to
Understood.
get across silos.
Thank you very much. Thank you. Right. All right, look, I've got 2 minutes left, but what I want to do is pick up on the mood from several out there, particularly Avinash to you. How much is public concern an important driver when it comes to those who have to be convinced to move in the direction that you say is needed extremely quickly? In other words, how much is public pressure going to actually speed things up?
We negotiate with, across the table, governments who've been elected by their electorate. If they don't believe their electorate are supportive of this realignment and this change in our financial system, our economic system, they're only going to do a few things at the edge. So the public is vital. But also our publics have experiences based around where they are. And that's partly why we've not had strong pressure on climate change, because 4 times the cost of climate change is happening near the equator, not happening in the northern, richer countries.
Well, it is.
4 times is happening near the equator. 4 times the cost of loss and damage is happening there. So we do need the public engaged, and we need the public to also be thinking about the world as a whole and not just their environment.
Right, Your Highness. Public engagement.
Really important. I think everyone needs to come together. I think we all need to address the climate crisis together. And for me, I look at the whole spectrum of solutions. I don't want to dismiss any because time is of the essence and we cannot risk one over the other.
Remy, last word. Again, picking up on that point about how much you can feel the public pressure will in its own way be an important input into the kind of things you're considering the Agence Française de Développement.
Well, we all made a lot of commitments since 2015. So I think now we have to be serious and accountable.
But does it need the public to keep pushing?
It means there's an issue in publishing way more data on what we are doing and be accountable to it. At AFD since 2014, so it was a year before the Paris Agreement and the SDGs, we have an internal procedure. So we are rating all the projects we intend to accompany and those that have poor grades, and we are rating them on every dimension of sustainable development goals, sorry. And if the grades are too poor, we're not financing. It's a small team of 6 people. I don't know why each and every financial actor does not have that type of procedure. And then, of course, it helps demonstrate publicly the quality of our portfolio and if we are aligning. And that's the same for governments, I would say. We need, and that's a key aspect of the IMF and World Bank reform, we need institutions that put in the market information as credible as the information we have on macro financial risks and public finance, on sustainability, as simple as that, so that the public can push countries or firms or financiers that are not doing in the right direction.
Thank you, Remy, Your Highness. And also, Avinash, thank you very much indeed. We're going to pause and have a break now for whatever liquid or fresh air you need. But it's really important that you know that we're going to be picking up on nature. We're going to be picking up on the impact on society. So some of the things you've said, some of it critically, will still be addressed. We're only taking a break now, so please be back in 30 minutes. We're running a little bit over, but we're in good time and we're under control. So try and get back here, please, on time. And thank you again. He achieves much more than I did. Thank you very much indeed. This is now so important. When you think back, and I'm mentioning something which I mentioned earlier, but it's important to re-emphasize this. When you realize it's barely 2 years since the Dasgupta report came out on how we're abusing nature, how we have been abusing nature, and how nature is simply not embedded and factored into so much of what we do, and saving nature, the elimination of species, etc. And you realize what has happened in the last 2 and a bit years. It is quite extraordinary, but my goodness, there's an enormous amount of work to do. And that's why this session is Making Nature Count, which picks up on one of the questions we had earlier. And I said, wait till after the break. And we'll be talking about society in the session after that. Making Nature Count, and the important bit of this, the launch of the TNFD network. Eva, take it away.
Thank you so much. I'm absolutely delighted to be able to have, first of all, a discussion with Elizabeth Mrema here, but also then with all of you. My name's Eva Zabia. I lead a coalition called Business for Nature. So you can imagine that it's fantastic to see nature so high on the agenda today, and that many of you have already raised it. I share a really deep sense of frustration and impatience that we're not acting fast enough. There is a transformation that we need to go through in our economies. And so different things happen at different times as we do that, one of which is that different frameworks become available, and that we're going to talk about. But you'll be pleased to know that this session with Elizabeth and with all of you, we want to focus on what you can actually do now in terms of actions that companies should be taking and the actions that investors should be asking companies to take, and taking that sense of individual responsibility and accountability. So today we're going to be talking about how do you measure and value nature in decision-making and disclosure. There are two frameworks we're going to talk a bit about in this session. Number one is the UN Kunming-Montreal Global Biodiversity Framework. Who's heard of that? GBF? Not very many. Excellent. So you'll learn a lot, or you were still asleep. The second is the Task Force on Nature-Related Financial Disclosures, TNFD. Who's heard of that? Great. Now there's one, apart from having very long, complicated names and acronyms, the other thing these two frameworks have in common is they have one exceptional leader, who is Elizabeth. So Elizabeth, thank you so much for being with us. Now let's just set the scene quickly with a few questions. Just so I get a sense, who has comments or questions to make on nature? Hands up. Afterwards, when it's discussion time? Oh, not very many. Ah, yes, okay, a few more. So we can manage this, Elizabeth. So to set the scene, though, last year, you led all of us and 196 governments to adopt the Global Biodiversity Framework, which sets, the roadmap for action towards a nature-positive world by 2030. It is also the first time in a multilateral agreement that governments have been so explicit about what they expect from business and finance. Elizabeth, was this really the Paris moment for nature?
Yes, of course. And that's what everybody has called it. And why? Because for many years, globally, the focus had been on climate change. And the businesses, even sitting here, very familiar with reporting and disclosing on climate change. It is at that time, only literally few years ago, if not few months ago, that the business and the financial institutions began to realize that climate change and nature loss are intrinsically connected, and that solutions to climate change will not happen if they are taken in isolation and not in an integrated fashion with nature loss. Only now, and probably only now after we have seen the impacts, and we are saying impacts of climate change, yes, but what happens does not happen in that climate we are talking about. The floods, the droughts, the heat waves we have seen, the wildfires we have seen in this part of the world, they are happening on nature, on the ecosystem where we are standing on. So clearly, much as the journalists or all of us will talk, oh, because of climate change, oh, because of climate change, clearly, if that ecosystem, the land, the ocean, nothing happens to that, those changes in climate will continue. And the adoption of the new global biodiversity framework is what brought that to the fore, in the sense that within its 23 targets and 4 goals, it does not only focus on nature biodiversity. It is climate change, it is marine, it is species, it is pollution and waste, virtually everything, clearly indicating these different environmental problems or challenges are all interconnected, and we cannot say we are dealing one and not the other, and at the same time.
Absolutely, and it also includes, a requirement for large businesses and financial institutions to assess and disclose their risks, impacts, and dependencies on biodiversity. It includes all the subsidy reform that we were just talking about. It includes the increase of financial flows. So it's a really robust, comprehensive framework that all of you should go home and read this evening, the Global Biodiversity Framework, equivalent to the Paris Agreement. On the climate and nature connection, though, just a question in the room here. Who has a climate strategy? Yeah. Who of those who had their hands up, who includes nature in that climate strategy? Good.
Oh, encouraging.
Exactly, because there is no credible climate strategy without nature. It's a third of the solution. But who has a nature strategy? Not so many, but a few hands up. That's great. That's what you're going to also have to be focusing on to build the resilience. So now we go into TNFD, the Task Force on Nature-Related Financial Disclosure. This is the European launch. Elizabeth, what will TNFD bring in terms of better decision-making by business and finance? And how do you think it's really going to play a role to help shift those decisions?
We hope TNFD, or Task Force on Nature-Related Financial Disclosure Recommendations, which were actually launched globally just 2 weeks ago in New York, with a full room like this, that presence by itself indicated the financial institutions, the businesses are ready to play a role. And as I said, the connection between climate change and nature loss is what TNFD borne that in mind from the beginning. One is not to add an additional obligation or responsibility on their business or financial institutions, but basically to use the mechanism they are already very familiar. And we knew they are already very familiar with it, climate-related financial disclosure recommendations, which they are already mandatory on them. And therefore, what TNFD was, pick the 11 recommendations from climate and basically use the same, align the same, and only put the nature context into them. And because, unlike climate, in nature we don't have the 1.5 degrees, nature is more complex than climate, there are 3 additional recommendations to the 11 which are directly aligned to climate, which focus on the value chain upstream, downstream. They focus on taking into account the sensitive ecology, particularly of the biomass in terms of looking at location. Where is your business or your operation? Is it in the water, affecting fresh water, affecting land use, and the like? And also engagement with stakeholders, particularly the vulnerable stakeholders, the indigenous peoples and local communities. And therefore, the TNFD recommendations came together in addition to the 14, but a package of guidance tools, including get started to reporting and disclose. All this meant to help the financial institutions and business to be able to begin to actually not just read, but where there is difficult, there's a tool how to get started in terms of now reporting and disclosing in an integrated way together with climate reporting. So we are not calling for 2 different reports. If you are reporting on climate, report on climate simultaneously with the recommendation, in addition, in an integrated manner, also include nature, because the 2 are connected, and solutions to climate, 37% are in nature.
Thanks so much, and I think that's much appreciated from all the companies that are committed to use TNFD alongside TCFD, and it simplifies the landscape. I'm going to ask you one more question, but I wanted to make sure I pinpoint, I think there was Iris from Greenpeace. Did you want to then later on ask a question about mandatory reporting and the need for mandatory assessment? Not right now, I will come to you. I'm trying to be like Nick. And then also some of the companies that are committed to then starting to already use TNFD, having a look at where Renata is, Rob, great. We can come to you just in a minute. So Elizabeth, now we're moving into, all of these frameworks are ultimately to drive action in the most material and meaningful areas. We have the Task Force on Nature-Related Financial Disclosures. We've now got the methodology for science-based targets for nature on freshwater and land. We have those methodologies. We have clarity from a couple weeks ago on what specific actions companies in 12 sectors should be taking. That was joint work, I should just add, with WBCSD and the World Economic Forum. So we have the action. So we have the frameworks and the approaches. What really now should financial institutions, what's their role now? What should they be doing to scale and speed up action?
I think we need to understand first, financial institutions have a key role because they are the ones putting money to the investors, to their clients, and therefore they need to know where they are putting their money to understand and manage the risks which might happen as the result of the money to their clients or investors and the others. So for financial institutions to be able to manage the risks, to understand those risks and be able to manage, and therefore they themselves be able to put safeguards to make sure that the money goes not to brown investments, but greener investments, to move investments from negative activities to more nature-positive activities. And this is where we see the financial institutions coming in, the bankers and the others. So we hope they will help us in moving away from, first, those negative incentives to positive incentives, because they are the best to put those safeguards, as I say, to make sure that the investments really go into sustainability. They are the ones to help us also ensure the investments goes into sustainable production and consumption.
Mm-hmm. I think the risk management lens is super helpful, as we heard from previous panels. It's very powerful, and you sort of imagine we're going to have nature-related stranded assets, like we have climate-related ones. You can imagine the ESG analyst saying, hang on a second, maybe I should go and check that out. And then you realize that there is actually a real risk in terms of no nature in the future, and this is what you're investing in. What do you think, potentially, stranded assets?
I think we also, what TNFD has done is just part of a puzzle. And this puzzle has many pieces. And that's why we have International Sustainability Standards Board, we have the Green Network, we have the European Sustainability also board. So, and what TNFD has done is to actually align those recommendations with the standards being developed and those which already exist. TNFD did not develop standards because there are other bodies doing that, and we are aligning with those boards, and delighted some of those standard boards acknowledge TNFD work and readiness to align equally.
Thanks so much. We're going to get some reactions now because there's a bunch of stuff here on standardization, increased for urgent action. We've got metrics. What else have we got? Risk management. Let's go for it. So first, Iris, maybe your question, and then I'll go to Dan, just in front. Thanks.
Yeah, it's probably not really a question, it's more a statement to hear your opinion on to make this standard mandatory as well. And let's say how much is that it is mandatory, or the success, let's say, of the standard dependent on that it is mandatory. And the other point I want to raise is that we speak quite a lot about the risk, but we need to talk about the impact as well. So I think we're still looking a little bit from a different, from a wrong perspective, I would say, on the standard. It's about the impact we want to see for the nature at the end.
Absolutely, we're talking about environmental and social impact rather than just financial impact. Do you have a reaction on making TNFD mandatory?
Let me start with the second question. In terms of impacts, TNFD recommendations look at both risks, impacts, dependencies, and opportunities. So all of them. And specifically on impact, there's impacts on the business operation itself, but there's also impact on nature. So both ways are part of that recommendation. In terms of making it mandatory or not, we have again taken the lead from the TCFD. TCFD recommendations began as voluntary before they become mandatory. And TNFD is doing the same. Begin voluntary because that gives an opportunity for business and financial institutions to test, to begin reporting, get a hang of it before they are made mandatory. Who makes them mandatory? We leave that to the regulators, policymakers, the governments. But we also know some countries are already calling for mandatory disclosure. Article 49 of energy law in France is already calling for mandatory disclosure. The fact that TNFD is already recognized by G20 countries and G7 countries is an indication that not long we might see that momentum of making it mandatory. But to begin, voluntary to get used.
Thanks so much. And just to flag also that in the run-up to COP15, the CBD COP15, more than 400 businesses and financial institutions were calling on policymakers at COP15 to make it mandatory for them to assess and disclose. Why? To level the playing field. Otherwise, some companies are going ahead and trying to, it's going to be uncomfortable, right? Right now, but we need that information. We all need that information to make better decisions. Thanks so much. Dan, over to you.
So I want to take
But before that, targets 15 specifically of the Global Biodiversity Framework, although the word mandatory was not used, but reading it and the fact that it's coming from governments, it's already mandatory. So just read target 15 with all interpretation. It is a mandatory requirement already.
Yeah, and we do know that governments interpret that way. we just heard from the Swiss government that TNFD is going to be required at some point. Dan.
So I'm Dan Esty, professor at Yale, currently on public service leave at the World Trade Organization. And I want to take us straight to the Building Bridges core element, core focus of aligning finance with sustainability. And my question is, how can we get capital to flow to investments in nature, particularly private capital? And I want to contrast the last panel with this panel. The last panel talked about building clean energy projects. It will have a return as the power plant generates electricity. But what's the return on biodiversity? How do we get those capital flows at speed, at scale, to do what we need in a world where there's not a ready cash payback?
Thanks so much. Excellent question. Elizabeth, at some point we will also rely on input from the team here, because I'm sure a number of you have views on how do you make investments in biodiversity and nature get the return. But in fact, Dan, do you actually have a view on that already since you asked the question?
So
oh, you did. Yeah, that's great.
I think there are several ways to do this, and I think this is really at the heart of the matter. And the first is to make people measure. But I have been arguing for a broader principle for business in the 21st century going forward of an end to uninternalized externalities. Make it business-wise unacceptable. And I think that's actually already coming. In the United States, we've seen the Business Roundtable say that we need to move away from the Milton Friedman shareholder primacy view of the world to a broader stakeholder responsibility. There's already a duty of care in Europe. So I think the fundamentals here is to make it unacceptable and then perhaps to invoke the trade system to enforce that. So we've got a lot of conversation going on about CBAM and border carbon adjustment. I'd like to see a broader border sustainability adjustment.
Thanks so much. Nina, you wanted to react to that. Please introduce yourself too.
Hi, Nina Siga, University of Cambridge. Just to maybe perhaps respond to Dan. I think there are already many ways to get finance to flow into nature. We see it within the blended finance projects. We know that nature-based solutions are cheaper than infrastructure solutions for solving climate problems. We also have, and Martin is going to kill me for this because I've done this a couple times to him, we also have the insurance industry here who are able to use insurance mechanisms to work with nature. So if we think about mangroves protecting our coastlines, how do we think about that risk reduction benefit flowing into financial solutions, and how can we use insurance mechanisms to enable that finance to flow? So I think for all intents and purposes, many of the solutions already here, and just maybe reflecting for 30 seconds on last panel, it's less about having one solution. It's everything, everywhere, all at once. It's pouring money into every single thing that we currently have available to us to enable us to move much faster.
Thanks so much. And building on those 2 points, and maybe Elizabeth, jump in if you have a view, but there is the element that of the cost of inaction, that we only value nature once we lose it, and all these ecosystem services have been taken for granted. But you were pinging over to Martin. Do you jump in? This is a very...
In addition to what has been said, let us also, what Madame Gozi here had mentioned, where, was it $1.3 trillion go into negative incentives? If that is repurposed and redirected to nature positive, resources already there reduce quite a big chunk of what is needed for nature positive.
Absolutely, thank you. Yep, so we'll go to Swiss Re, right?
Yeah, my name is Martin Meiman from Swiss Re. So Nina, thank you for the ball. So I thought that's exactly building bridges, not only out of Lego, but more than that. So I think what I want to talk about is really insurance has different functions. So it's an information function. We talked about risk pricing, but this needs also changing perception sometimes, as we heard before. Risk pricing is not only the function of insurance, but really also thinking through where do we have perceived risk, where are real risks. The other part is really integrating it into risk management frameworks. And insurance has done that for a very long time as part of ESG or sustainability risk frameworks, basically protecting nature, which is very much linked also to a social agenda or the next panel. And last but not least, really thinking through how we can pioneer opportunities As an example, we pioneered with an NGO, with TNC, the insurance of coral reefs in Mexico. But also what you said before, how can we really put a price on coastal protection? Basically, if you have hurricanes or other storms hitting a coastline, if you have mangroves there, you're basically breaking the losses down. So there are many aspects in this regard, and I think I would encourage us to think climate and nature together, and also how TCFD and TNFD can work together.
Absolutely, it's an artificial separation. But just quickly pinging back to you, when you look at all of these reinsurance projects, do you get a sense that the risk is understood by companies of losing nature and losing these different services?
Not at the pace that we need it.
Yeah, so that's where TNFD could help, if then you could encourage them to use TNFD to understand those risks. Great, thanks. So maybe we'll go to a couple companies. So Renata from Holcim, over to you.
Hello. Okay. I'm Renata Polini, the head of nature at Holcim. And I'm very honored to be an official member of the Task Force on Nature-Related Financial Disclosure. My question is, so it's based on my own experience, but also we saw today that I think there is a need of capability building, so training on senior management, but also board of directors, and what we heard today from the CEO from UBS investors, to understand the risks of nature and how we tackle this in a more integrated way in a company. I'm like really internally at Holcim, I'm I don't say fighting, but it's difficult to bring, I'm trying to push the nature agenda at the same level as climate. Is not all the time easy. So question is are there any plans for TNFD for ensure a capability building, capability training for senior leaders and also board of directors and investors?
Yes, I don't want to speak for Emil there, but I will try and then she can add. But for TNFD, with the launch of the recommendations, we call that it was the end of phase 1 of TNFD. Phase 2 of TNFD will squarely, among others, focus on raising awareness and capability building, because we know also not all financial institutions and businesses are on the same level of even understanding those recommendations. So to be able to bring all to that better understanding, that's what we'll focus on phase 2. And as I mentioned earlier, the launch itself include a get started on reporting and disclosing using TNFD. So there is that starting point which will be used among other guidance and the recommendation itself in terms of building that capability. But Eva, if you allow Emil, will add to that.
I'm really looking forward, Renata, to you joining the capacity building working group when we launch it for the task force in a few weeks. But we've had what we've called the TNFD.
So this is Emily McKenzie, the technical director of TNFD.
Yeah, I should introduce myself. I'm the technical director in the Secretariat. So just to complement what Elizabeth has said, we have had for nearly 2 years now something we call the TNFD Forum. So any organization from any sector can join the TNFD Forum. You're just saying you're supportive of the mission of the TNFD and supportive of our work. Within that, we will soon be beginning a community of practice, which is specifically getting at these areas of capacity building. Because one of the areas that has been really exciting for TNFD in the last 2 years as we develop the recommendations is learning by doing. So we've had 200 pilot tests involving 240 organizations, many of them Swiss-based, to put this into practice. And that's where I think the real learning is exciting and happening, is that peer-to-peer learning about how to get started, as you mentioned, with board and management, how to raise the agenda in your own organization, as well as some of the more technical capacity building. So I encourage anyone who wants to be involved to join the TNFD Forum and to join our community of practice. As Elizabeth said, capacity building will be a huge emphasis now for the task force, because we see that as one of the major barriers to not only adoption, but really adopting with ambition and high quality work.
Thanks so much, Emily. You had if you can just hand it to the lady behind you, and then afterwards, Simon. I'm having a look here to see if there's someone else who wants to jump in afterwards. Yep, okay, so.
Yes, hello everybody, I'm Saskia Günther from Swisscom. I have 3 questions. First, from what you just explained, also you said that the separation between TCFD and TNFD is quite made, but in fact it's, I think, quite a shame, because it's easier for companies to get only one framework, and I just was thinking, why did not have done the TCNFD at the end?
The Task Force on Planetary-Related Financial Risk.
For the future. Maybe a plan for the future. However, the question related to that is we are always doing stuff not quick enough. And what did we learn from the other frameworks so that this time we can do much quicker, and also use, in fact, the relation between the different subjects. And maybe also to give an example, what we decided, for example, at Swisscom, we learned that, in fact, we could have a huge impact if we invest and increase venture capital of great solution that will tackle these challenges that we have on sustainability, and also try to find solutions that go on nature, climate, and also other SDGs, and try to find money and invest in startups. And I was wondering what other kind of solution you are also seeing to really boost this change so needed.
Great questions. Thank you so much. Yes, why don't we go, oh no, first I said you. I'm not good like Nick. I can't do it. Yes. First, 1 and then 2, please. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Marie-Laure Salle, Director of the Geneva Graduate Institute, actually, picking definitely on this and making it even more complex, because I think the failure of integration, definitely between nature and climate, but also the social, and I know we'll be talking about that after, is not only an issue. I think it's really creating really an obstacle to having an integrated narrative on where we are going and where we should be going. And this is actually what has been frustrating since the beginning of that discussion, is the sense that actually what we are missing is alignment between the narrative and the awareness that needs to be built in. Education, that's the key, training, education. And then in the meantime, during the transition period, leadership. This has been said by several of our speakers, Patrick and Minister Kag earlier, but leadership, courage of political leaders being ready to lose mandates, and maybe also the financial sector being ready to lose money in the short term so that they can make more money in the medium and long term. So I think, this mix of things, leadership, education, awareness, but even more integration of the agendas, I think is really where
that is music to our ears, but the reality is that's not what everyone seems to think. So it does certainly seem in our field, wouldn't you say, Elizabeth, that first climate, then nature, then move on to everything. Don't make it too complicated with all the integration, but it would be so much more efficient and the right thing to act now. Do you have any views on that?
That's why I said in the future, that's what we are looking for, because TCFD had already been in place for the last 7-8 years. So can you imagine, and which is already familiar to many businesses and financial institutions. So if today we are to come and say, stop on climate, now you are reporting on both climate and nature together before being knowledgeable on the nature aspect, will have ended into a crisis. So once the nature part is well understood, then with the same, financial institutions and businesses will all ask ourselves that question. Do we need the two, or the two should be directly aligned into one report?
Yeah, thanks so much. And we do know that there's the Task Force on Inequality and Social Capital. Financial, is that right? I see nodding, that's the right. Oh, great, there's one in the back. I'm going to take you, sir, and then afterwards, maybe we also hear from some other companies on the action. We're going to move to action.
Thank you very much, Elizabeth. I think being aware of emerging markets that have not industrialized, 62 to 70% of their GDP is from nature, or is dependent on nature. So I don't think we have an option of mitigating loss of nature. What we have is preservation and restoration. How do ill-equipped emerging markets finance the restoration and preservation of nature?
That's an important question, and important because indeed, as the recommendations were being developed, I need to confess, the emerging markets had not been as engaged from the beginning. Now they are, and delighted with Mr. Mwangi with us here, but of course the emerging markets will need to be helped and supported to catch up. And that will mean both either financially, but also the technical capacity and education which has been mentioned. And I hope, and I think, and I'm looking at Emily here, that within that discussion, within the task force, or within TNFD, in terms of education and support to the financial institutions and business, but there will be, or there need to be a separate angle of reaching out with a targeted approach to the emerging markets.
Yeah, thank you so much. Excellent. In the back, please.
Hello everyone, my name is Rami Goedeke den Hertog and I co-lead the work on nature for UNEP Finance Initiative. Thank you Eva and Elizabeth. Great to be here at Building Bridges. I noticed that in the Building Bridges logo, which looks very nice, the green bar is still the smallest one, whilst we all depend on the services that nature provides us with. So following the TNFD launch here now, I want to suggest adding a thick green bar to the Building Bridges logo so that we're constantly reminded that we all depend on nature, whether we talk about climate, social issues, or other topics. Thank you.
Thanks, Romy. There is no business on a dead planet, and that's it. Oh yeah, financial performance is irrelevant on a dead planet too. Over to you.
Thank you. For investors to care about nature and biodiversity at large scale, you need that the risks can be measured and are priced. So I have some good news on the pricing, and actually that the co-chair had an effect. So we have shown in a recent paper that companies that have a very large negative impact on biodiversity, since the Kunming Agreement, have to earn a risk premium for investors that hold their stocks, while this was not present before. But while doing this, we figured out that a big challenge is a lack of comparable metrics. There are a few data providers that start to get data out there, but it's not available at a large scale. And a risk that we face is that we get in a situation similar to what we have more broadly on ESG, which is a strong reliance on a very small set of data providers, which I think is imposing also systemic risks. Because imagine if one of the big ones has an error in the code and 90% of the investors allocate 90% of the resources based on their data provider, we have a challenge. So therefore, the big question is, how can we move forward in terms of developing metrics that investors can use to systematically incorporate biodiversity in the investment process?
Thanks so much. I'm going to add that to Simon, and then Iris, you wanted to add, and then Emily, I'm going to turn to you.
Hi, Simon Zadek, Nature Finance. As a sort of break again, congratulations to Emily and to Elizabeth and the others. And I would sort of add, the outcome of this is amazing, but it's worth also exploring the process of TNFD, which I think is a best-in-class international process of iterative learning, market penetration, multi-stakeholder engagement in a very real, interesting, challenging way. So process often turns out to be quite boring. In this case, turned out to be quite interesting. I wanted to come back to the points that Dan and Nina and a number of other people made. You know, we've heard the existential call from Patrick's opening speech all the way through to the last session as well. And we also heard, if I might say, you know, the head of UBS saying, great success, 7% of our portfolio is aligned to sustainability. Just remember, 7 minus 100 is 93%. Yeah, so although it's fair and right, and we're hugely supportive as Nature Finance, that TNFD and nature-related risk and all the data stuff happens, actually I'm not sure that we have the time to have millions of companies and hundreds of thousands of financial institutions kind of deciding it's a good idea. Yeah, and so I pick up on Dan's point, which is surely we need to understand that this is not the same as carbon, and we're not doing that well on carbon either. There isn't a $2 trillion a year tech play in the nature space. We have to understand that investing in nature does exist, but is a cute side game to where capital markets really think about their own investment strategies. Unless we deploy policy and regulation at scale, driving alignment within shorter periods of time, driving mandates of central banks and regulators to pick up those mandates, my fear, and I'd love Emily, I'd love Elizabeth to get your take, is that the nature-related risk agenda becomes actually part of the problem rather than an integral part of the solution. Thank you.
Wow, thank you, Simon. I'll give you a few minutes to reflect, Elizabeth. Iris, did you want to come back?
Yeah, I just probably follow up a little bit what you said, and I think we are still talking, or the discussion is still in our narrative we are living in, and we need to find a price for the investors, we need to calculate the risks, but we are part of nature, and it is our existence. We are talking about our existence, and so we need to find a way how we probably shift our mindsets as well in thinking about nature and thinking about the economy or the financial sector. So I still feel we are talking too much into our old narratives in our models, but we need to think new.
Yeah.
And
I think that's very well put. And I'm going to give the floor to Elizabeth, but also just looking at some of the companies, the investors here, you include this stuff in risk assessment all the time. You give bonuses and malices depending on your portfolio on nature or natural capital related risk and opportunity. So maybe it would be helpful to hear from any of you who want to jump in on that. So Rob will come in, Elizabeth, and then we'll have to wrap up.
I think she has responded well in the sense that when we look at nature and nature risk, we should not only look at it, yes, it's a business case, we agree, but again, as I said, it's a piece of puzzle in a bigger picture. At the end of the day, it's you and me, our own lives. Business is part of the puzzle, but people and planet is another piece of the puzzle. So we need to look at all. Yes, businesses want to get their profit, get the money, but the risks is not just to business, but also to your own families. Because that's the nature we are talking about. It is the food we eat, it is the water we drink, it is the air we breathe. So the impacts are not just on the business itself, it is on the people and that planet itself.
Thanks so much, Elizabeth. Go ahead, Rob.
Yeah, thanks. Thank you. Good afternoon, everybody. Rob Cameron from Nestle, and I just want to build on what Iris was saying. To sum it up in a phrase, the economy is a subsystem of the ecosystem. It's as simple as that. It's nested within it. But we don't behave like that. We just don't. And for us, though, that does, for us, it's as true, more so for us, I think, because we're an agriculturally based company. So everything we do depends upon nature. So to Simon's point, as often is the case, I agree with 95% of what Simon says, but the last bit about the risk point, no, actually for us it is a huge risk. And one of the things about the process for TNFD, for which many congratulations, was that we participated as one of the pilot companies, but it wasn't a sustainability person or an ops person, it was our group head of risk that was there. And I think that's a really important part of this looking ahead. And to the point about finance flows, we desperately need finance because we're financing it all out of OPEX, essentially. And to Dan's point, we're dependent on an infrastructure called the natural world. You can get the money for a bridge, for a road, for railways, for power plant, but getting it to invest in nature is really hard. So that flow from the top is challenging for us. We've got 1.2 billion Swiss francs that we're investing at the moment in natural climate solutions and nature restoration. And it's not enough on our own. So one last thought on this, if you think about it bottom up, because we don't talk about people and farmers very often, and we learned this in our forest work. Wouldn't it be a better way to kind of phrase it if we said, rather than we've got to fix climate, we've got to address nature, oh, and by the way, it should be in a just transition, why don't we flip that on its head? How do we help people to enhance, protect and enhance their livelihoods by protecting and enhancing nature, mitigating climate, etc., and put that at the top, and then see if that could help us get the access into addressing nature on the ground. Thank you.
Thanks so much, Rob. Spot on. Elizabeth, any concluding comments before we wrap up?
I will just say one word, basically, and that's the message I think we've heard even earlier on. We have talked enough. We have all the tools on the table, be it frameworks, recommendations, guidance, and what have you. What is missing, or is not missing, but yet to be upscale, is to move those tools, those recommendations and frameworks from paper to action. So what I will say is action, not tomorrow. We are already late, now.
Thanks so much, Elizabeth. If I can, I just wanted to try and sum up just very quickly some of the points that came, which is that we're trying to change the financial and economic system that we all operate within currently, but we also need to make sure we are quickly transitioning towards a net zero, nature positive, equitable world. That means action now. It means each and every one of us, going back to the first thing that you said about our individual responsibility, are we asking the right questions in every decision making? And it's not about disclosure, it's about the action on the ground. Thank you for all of your inputs, and thank you to Elizabeth in particular. Many congratulations.
Thanks, Eva and Elizabeth. We're just changing over. What is remarkable is that so many of you are still here. And that is remarkable because it shows the dynamism, the focus, the energy that there is in the room. Even though there are differences, as we've heard, particularly on 2030 and 2050. So we're going to keep that going because I'd like to identify the lady who asked the question about society. And I said we're going to ask that question. Are you still here, over here, somewhere? Ah, in that case, we'll get the microphone. Great. So we've got 4 guests coming, I hope. We want to talk about the impact on society. I was very struck, and it's an interesting discussion. I do a lot of work in diplomacy as well, how there's real fear now that everything we're discussing is an issue of national security. The stability of society, the glue that is holding society together, or we've assumed would hold society together, is coming unstuck. We certainly were warning about this in our Thinking the Unthinkable work several years ago. Most people thought we were nuts. Look at where we are now, and it's beginning to now oscillate at higher speed. It's not just about Ukraine, it's not just about energy prices. It's about a whole pantechnicon of issues to do with social stability, and it's going to be accentuated. We have to work on that as a basis. It's going to be accentuated by the impact of biodiversity degradation, of elimination of species, of so many things that are underpinning everything we're talking about today. So that's why it's not just the end of the day, it's actually a real takeoff moment. It's trying to bring together much of what we've heard in the first 4 discussions. So let me invite the panelists to come up. And I'd like to remind those of you who weren't here at the beginning that we want to make this a collaboration and cooperation. So please keep the spirit going of interventions, even if you want to disagree. That's even better. So, Sue, come and sit here. We're going to talk about financing people and communities, particularly the impact of an unstable financial system. at a time when there's also biodiversity and all the natural problems that we've been discussing today. So let's get going. Welcome to you all. First of all, there's Sue Lloyd, who's Vice Chair of the International Sustainability Standards Board. Richard Manley, welcome Richard, who is Chief Sustainability Officer for CPP Investments. Marcus Netto, welcome Marcus, Director of Sustainable Finance Hub at UNDP. And Dominic Wahi, welcome Dominic, who's now Executive Vice President of the World Business Council for Sustainable Development. So you start putting out the way you see this challenge to society. And as you're in development, Marcus, let me come to you first and then I'll come to Sue. But give us the headlines of how vulnerable you think we all are.
So since COVID, we have, for the first time in decades, the number of poor people in the world increasing. We at UNDP have been running the Human Development Index for 33 years. For the last 2 years, first time in history, the entire index is going down. Not one country, the whole aggregate index is going down, right? We are in a moment that 76% of global wealth is controlled by the 10% richest part of the world population, right? The bottom 50% of the world population controls 2% of wealth. The top 10% rich part of the population emits 52% of greenhouse gases. The bottom 50% emits 12%. It's all linkage. If we don't elevate the conversation on the S of ESG to the same level of the conversation we're having on climate and we are having on biodiversity, the climate and biodiversity will fail. What does France, Yellow Vest, has in common with Chile, with Ecuador, with some troubles recently in the farming in the Netherlands? All very good intended climate policies push back from society, push back from the perception that the poor is having to pay for those elements of climate. We have to address the social issue, if nothing else, right, to actually make climate policy and biodiversity policy successful, because it is not going to happen with the pressures that we're seeing in society and with the breaking points on cohesion that you're starting to see. As Minister Kark mentioned, the politicians need to have the courage to lose an election, to do the right things. But if they don't have the courage, what they do, they push back the right thing to do to get elected.
That's the phrase that Prime Minister Sunak used time after time 2 weeks ago when he was pulling back from net zero. He said, it's the right thing to do. Sue.
Not going to comment on that.
I'm not expecting you to.
So thank you very much for the introduction, first of all. But so at the ISSB, to take it back a step, so we were established at COP26 with a very particular objective to make sure that we had information that would enable investors to be really confident to make sure they understood the risks and the opportunities arising from sustainability risks and opportunities, starting with climate, but not only climate, and to make sure that they could be really confident to rely on the information in the way that they could rely on financial statements. And so we're all about making sure that investors have got the information that they need and that it's delivered in a way that they can be comfortable with. So we've taken the TCFD recommendations and built on those and our SASB standards to produce this new global baseline of information for global capital markets, with our first 2 standards being published in June, and now looking forward to jurisdictions around the world using our standards. And I'm starting with that, even though you want me to talk about the S, because we need governments around the world to use the ISSB standards to get the information out there that investors can use to make the decisions we need them to make important transformations, to fund transition, and to make sure they're confident to do that. And we've just started that journey, but we need those decisions to be made, and I don't want to lose sight of that, because those of you in the room who think it's important that markets have that information, now's a great time to be reminding governments around the world that it's important now to build on the ISSB's standards. Now, when we were set up, we were told climate first, but not climate only. So that's why our first standard is about climate, but our mandate is broader. And I'll say two important things which will link into the S question here. The first is that I totally agree with some of the conversations that we've already been having today about how dangerous it would be if we started to think, well, there's this climate thing to provide information on, there's this nature thing to provide information on, and then later on there's this sort of human capital, human rights issue to provide information on, and they're three separate silos. We certainly do not think that's the case. And our first standard, S1, says provide the information in a way that shows the links between sustainability risks and opportunities and show the links with the financial statements. It's really important that this overall picture fits well together. And we feel so strongly about that, that in fact the first new piece of work that the board's working on at the moment is a set of example illustrations that we plan to publish before the end of the year to make sure that when people use our new climate standard, they don't just tell us about greenhouse gas emissions. So what are our examples going to show? They're going to show why information about nature could be the information you need to be thinking about when you explain the effects of climate. Do you have enough water to run your business, for example? So nature is right there, even when you use our climate standard. The other set of examples that we're looking at are on just transition. If you're transitioning your business in a very material way, what are you doing to retrain your workforce? What are you doing with the social impacts of what you're changing in your business model? So the S is already there for me when you think about climate, when that's a material risk and it could influence an investment decision. So we haven't forgotten that the N or the S here, even when we talk about climate. And the next thing that we're doing is asking, what do we work on next? After our general requirements standard that we published, after our climate standard that we've just published, what do you want us to really put a lot of specific attention into next? And the three sustainability candidates that we've just asked our stakeholders for feedback on are biodiversity, ecosystems, and ecosystem services. Number one. Number two, human capital. Number three, human rights. So we're already starting to look forward to other things beyond climate, and we'll start in November talking about the feedback that we've got and next steps.
Thank you, Sue. Can I get a microphone to our friend who spoke earlier before I go to Dominic and Richard? Because of the comment you made earlier, and I said we'll come back to it. I just want to remind everyone what you said and why I said we're going to come back to it.
I think I was talking about the people power. At the end of the day, when we're talking about investors and finance, but at the end of the day, it's all about the people and nature and how do we coexist more fairly. And I think some of the frustration is that people don't see the investment world responding to their needs. And the whole point of money is to serve the needs of people and nature. Whereas I think until now, and one of the commenters commented on this, the dominant doctrine has been the purpose of corporations is to make profit. And finance is a corporation too. So I think we just need to talk about the values that we're bringing into these conversations. And I don't think anyone's tackling the values.
Thank you. Dominic, can you pick that up? You're from the World Business Council for Sustainable Development, business, sustainability. You're representing, what, 300 companies? So what kind of view is being taken? What kind of survey work? What kind of data do you have on this?
Thank you, Nick, and it's a pleasure to be here. And I'll just absolutely kind of take that on, if I may, because you're absolutely right about the values piece. So the World Business Council for Sustainable Development has about 300 of the leading multinationals in the world, many of whom are here today, who are committed to that pathway to sustainable development. If you remember, the foundation of sustainable development. If we go right back, 1987, I think, in the Brundtland report, economics, environment, and society. So those three pieces, climate, nature, and tackling inequality all at the same time. And that's a commitment that all of these companies make. Over the last year and a half, and you'll find it if you go onto the web at all, there's a very, very interesting piece of work, Tackling Inequality, an Agenda for Business Action, the Business Commission to Tackle Inequality, over 60 businesses and organizations. For those of you who worked on things like the new climate economy back in the day, and I think I can see a few of you in the room, nailing that myth that tackling climate and tackling an economy weren't two things which were in opposition, but could be both at the same time. Exactly the same on tackling inequality. Now, scroll forward to today. Moody's have just recently put some information out that says that in terms of ESG controversies, 67% of those controversies are social related. So if we think about where the tensions are in the world today, I think is absolutely right. There's a big social kind of pressure that is building. The IMF put out a paper in 2021 in the middle of COVID that looked at 2010 to 2019. That was before COVID hit. And that analysis illustrated a 244% increase in social unrest, riots, and challenges against government compared to the previous decade. Something in terms of that value structure is not right. I mean, Marcus, you set out some startling statistics, but we really have to kind of think about, you know, what that actually means when we say in terms of the global wealth that exists, that the top 10% have close to 72% of the world's wealth. It's a difficult one for a Geneva audience of financiers, but if 50% of the world's population, 3-point-something billion people, only have 2% of the world's wealth, you cannot say there's not a challenge on values, nor is there a structural risk here to operating environments over the next period. And that is not a 2050 timeframe. That's kind of now.
Just to be clear, do you think your members and those more broadly get this, understand the challenge, which is not 10 or 20 years, it's coming very quickly potentially?
Well, thank you, Nick, for the question. You bowled me a good one, because that's exactly why that Business Commission to Tackle Inequality was established, to get expertise around the room from leading organizations and businesses, of whom there's many very interesting things that are going on through businesses and through their value chains, which many policymakers don't recognize. And so actually trying to unpick in a practical sense, what are the risks to business and society? What are the practical things that can be done, and where do we start? So it's jam-packed with a lot of kind of very, very good examples.
Right, Richard. Investments, that's what you're involved in. I pick up everything that Dominic has been saying and what we've just heard from the floor as well, about the real concerns about values and responding to the next challenges.
There's a lot to unpick here.
I'm sure you can do it efficiently.
So the first thing I would say is actually going back to Dan's earlier comment. Friedman didn't say ransack the environment and abuse labor. He said maximize the value of the enterprise. It was 1970. There were less than 4 billion of us on the planet. Only 300 million people boarded a plane that year. The 20-foot shipping container sailed its first voyage 2 years earlier. It was a very, very different world. There's 8 billion of us. The externalities of our life today are considerable. We're approaching all of the planetary boundaries in a globally connected economy that is digitally connected too. We've done well, I think, today to avoid normative arguments for doing what we're doing. Normative arguments for doing this, I think, quickly can polarize the debate. I love the way Rob described how Nestle is looking at this. It was a fundamental business risk and a fundamental business opportunity. And I think when we embrace that dynamic world we're operating in, and we start to think about sustainability as a dynamic material business risk, as a fundamental business risk and opportunity of this new century, you can start to, I think, then bridge the spirit of today, some of the challenges we're confronting. Markets have never been good at internalizing externalities. They've never been good at promoting the long term over the short term. But there are mechanisms that we can use to try and create some better alignment there. I can't comment to how we create products. There's plenty of asset gatherers in the room that can manufacture products to help retail and charitable organizations have impact in what they're doing. But what I will say is, as we think about the challenges for businesses today, we shouldn't lose sight of what influence finance has. We're not a silver bullet. I think a lot of people want to leverage finance as a solution to the world's woes. We are an important stakeholder, but we're not the silver bullet. We don't actually have that many tools. We can effectively think about portfolio design, the assets and the countries that we invest in, security selection, the individual investments we make, leveraging our governance rights, I'll come back to, and then the specific contracts that we negotiate, because there are certain marketplaces we can actually negotiate contractual provisions. But ultimately what we're talking about here is the role of the board. And the good news is, as investors, we appoint the board. And today is probably the most challenging environment in history to be a director of a company, public or private, because the nature of risk and opportunity seems to be compounding, I won't say exponentially, but considerably all the time. And I think what we're seeking is an outcome where boards are proactive in holding the executive to account to ensure that they are identifying all material business risks and opportunities and ensuring that they are considered when setting strategy, its operational implementation, and then how they disclose to the market. Because when we have that insight, we can proactively then seek to price risk, price opportunity, and allocate capital to pursue not only the investment returns we're required to, but also deliver solutions to decarbonizing the economy, creating great jobs, and dealing with biodiversity.
Thanks, Richard. Right, let's open it up. We've got 35 minutes. There's someone there. Sit down for a moment. I'll get a microphone to you. And there's Jens as well. Let's get a representation from the Vilar Institute as well. And a microphone here, please. Jens, go ahead.
Yeah, hi, my name is Jens. I'm a Vilars Fellow from the Vilars Institute. A question for you, Marcus. You mentioned that politicians should not focus on getting re-elected, but on doing the right thing. But they got elected for a certain reason. That's what the people wanted. If they're doing the right thing, aren't we leaving democratic values on the way to doing the right thing? Like, where's the boundary between following democracy and doing the right thing?
Are you comfortable with the phrase doing the right thing?
That was the phrase that was used, so I'm just paraphrasing.
Okay, one more. The gentleman there, please.
Jean-Pierre Dantine, professor at EPFL Enterprise for Society. I'm hearing very good things about the willingness to do well and the fact that we have plenty of opportunities to do well. Well, I would like to just stress the fact that if prices are wrong because externalities are not price, it will not always be possible to do well while doing good. That is, we have to make sacrifices. Sacrifices in profits, sacrifices in returns, and of course, when you talk about the social environment, we have to probably make more difficult sacrifices. In particular, if you want to prioritize the stability of our societies, we need to accept more redistribution from the rich to the poor, from the people in this room to the people who are not in this room, and from the rich countries to the poor countries. I wish you a good appetite.
Don't sit down. Keep the microphone. Keep the microphone. Keep the microphone. Do you reckon that there is an understanding of just how threatened the stability of society is at the moment, judging by the kind of things we're hearing here and the kind of overarching data that's emerging quickly?
Absolutely. I think there is a misunderstanding about the functioning of the economy, no acceptation in the general population, even in Switzerland, about the result of the economic allocation, and this is a danger for society. It's a democratic risk in democratic countries, and we should be very alert to it.
So we've got a Rubik's Cube of problems emerging here, please. Who else would like to have a word or three? The gentleman at the back, but keep going.
Nick Robbins from London School of Economics, and thank you to my friend for the
From the Grantham Institute.
From the Grantham Institute.
Sorry,
right.
Nick, you're sitting not in the place where I expected to see you.
I'm sorry.
No, otherwise I'd have recognized you.
Better view. So we've heard, actually, and it's really good to have this panel, accelerating the transition by putting people at the heart. And all the organizations on the panel have been taking action in one way around just transition, ISB, UNDP, WBCSD. And we've heard already that we need to think about distributive justice. But one of the really tough issues when I talk to investors and business about just transition is the participation dimension. Is actually how do you get the affected workers, indigenous peoples, local communities involved in the decisions that make them, affect them, and how do we ensure that they are at the table? So it'd be really interesting to hear examples, whether that's in the business side, whether from investors, in the frameworks with ISB, UNDP, how do we get the people who are affected really at the table so they can be part of co-producing these outcomes?
Have you got examples at the Grantham Institute?
We will be publishing some next year, but I want to hear some better ones from the...
So you want us to give you some ideas?
That's right.
Excellent, okay. Well, make sure you footnote where you heard them first. All right, let me hear one more from the back, if you don't mind. Lady, thank you.
I'm Friederike Seidel from the World Council of Churches, to echo the urgency of focus on values. And I wanted to ask you, with regards to the 6 children from Portugal, which last Wednesday went all the way to the European Court of Human Rights, it's a very heavy burden on their shoulders. And we and the WCC witnessed children worldwide with huge impact on their mental health when they understand what the IPCC report says. So my question is, if in the businesses, in the absence of adequate legal frameworks, can the human resources do more to integrate key performance indicators, which really get every employee to be also measured and judged on their performance with regards to nature, climate, and make these things a bit more forceful, and also to integrate that into the career management.
So this is a rerun of the case against Shell, where they had to go 45%, and the judge in The Hague took a strong view.
The case I'm referring to is the 6 children
in
Portugal.
I know what you're, but you're saying there are more cases building.
Yeah, and UNEP has done a whole report on the number of climate and nature-related litigation, which is growing, and which represents also a reputational risk and another risk for businesses.
All right, thank you. Right, just pick up Marcus first.
Who am I to say that democracy in whatever way the governments want to do is challenging? I think the point that we're trying to make it here is, and it's linked to the previous question that Nick was asking before the break, which is we need to get the public much more engaged in educating those processes from a conceptual point of view, but we also need to make sure that populations, especially middle class and poor populations, see the benefit of this transition. If we're going to transition and they don't have jobs, if they're going to transitions and they don't have income, right, that's going to be a backlash, you know. And that's why, together with WCBSG and many other partners around the world, we are launching, somebody mentioned earlier, the task force. You know, we're copying the playbook. We're not going to reinvent the wheel here. The task force for inequality and social financial disclosure. Right, to complement ISSB in that aspect. I fully agree with Sue's point. Jurisdictions should adopt ISSB. Now, ISSB is the best global baseline we have now. We can build it upon that later. So let's make it mandatory. Let's build with TNFD. Let's build with TISFD in that aspect. The acronym is getting worse, right? To make sure that we have a system in the end that is integrated but cover all the aspects of sustainable development. The SDGs, and I'll finish, the Sustainable Development Goals is the best agenda we have in the world. And if you look at them, the first 6, right, are social issues. 7 to the middle, economic issues, jobs, inequality. The last bit, right, environment, and 16, governance. Good governance matters. Institutions matters, right? We have to go back to understand that to manage this transition, we need institutions that are able to respond to the anxieties and to the desires of their people, all of their people, not just the rich.
Sue, but I also want to ask Dominic and Richard to pick up on Nick Robbins' point about the examples. Do you have any examples, given you've got 300 members? I'll come to you in a moment, Sue.
On that particularly?
Well, whatever you want.
Well, I was going to sort of reflect a little bit on this link between values and value, because certainly what we land on is asking for the information that could be really, the words we use, reasonably expected to actually influence an investment decision. And we're trying to focus in on the things that are important and to make sure and to reflect on the things that are being governed and managed by a company. So we should get, in well-governed companies, a good link between what the board is focused on and what the market's focused on, and transparency where they're not focusing on the things that we would expect. But one thing that's really struck me, given that I'm in a lot of conversations, particularly with Europe, where they have a broader mandate than investor information, is just how much commonality there is between the information that investors are interested in and what others are interested in as well, particularly on something like climate, which now is front and center. Because the things that are values are increasingly affecting value, which is why it's no surprise to me that when we did our initial research for our consultation on what's next, that of the 3 sustainability topics that we identified as primary candidates, we had human capital and human rights, because people do care about what's happening in their supply chain and with their staff and things like that. And so we're starting to see a connection between the two. And just to link in with the question on, you know, hearing from others and linking into KPIs and staff and things like that, I think partly what we're focused on is transparency and inclusiveness. To really understand what things investors might be interested in, you need to have a pretty good idea of what the people around you are thinking about, what your connections are with Indigenous communities, what you're doing in your supply chain, what you're being careful of when you manage nature. All of those things are going to give rise to risks, and so I think it needs to be a very inclusive process to surface the issues that are then the important issues for investors to get information about, and for the company to manage in managing its strategy for successful value creation. And I think then it needs to be pushed down into the company. One of the things we ask for information about is what metrics and incentive mechanisms, et cetera, are you using in your actual company to make sure that you're monitoring and measuring things and progressing, which is going to mean that you're going to need to think a bit creatively, really, about how you then work with your staff to make sure things are happening in your company to affect positive change. So I think there's lots of connections.
Are you saying that there's still people are still being held back by a degree of narrow-mindedness, or hoping it won't affect them?
I think we're just starting this journey in terms of getting more and more people involved in this conversation. And I think that when we say we're focused on investor information, we've still got a lot of knowledge building, capacity building is the word of the day, to go on for people to really understand how deeply in how a company is managed and how it interacts with its stakeholders in the market, to really understand sustainability risks, to manage them and to report on them. And I think it's an ongoing journey.
Even with urgency. Dominic and Richard, that question particularly from Nick Robbins.
Yeah, so I'll come into, there was one at the back which was quite good in terms of, you know...
The case.
Yeah, the case, and what do we think about what's going on. Do you remember I said that thing about Moody's? So about 67, 68% of ESG controversies at the moment are social, which means only about 30%, or give or take, are environmental. Is there anybody here from Gramercy Hedge Fund? It's a US hedge fund. And I'm saying this because I want to talk to the investor community that is here. Okay, if there's not, then I'll talk on their behalf for a microsecond. Over the weekend, they announced a $500 million fund to support environmental litigation, because they feel they can get a return on that in terms of the cases that are going to market. And if Moody's is saying that's just 30% of the market and 70% thereabouts is social, and you're investing in businesses, and we don't have a framework yet, but we all want a framework that gives us consistent information and readout, then watch that space. because that is a $16 billion market in environmental litigation at the moment and growing 9% per annum, says the Financial Times. So, in terms of then flipping that around and saying pretty quickly we need to get these frameworks in place which are integrated and allow people to move between the climate and the nature and the social. Some of you, I mean, how long did it take us to get climate and nature people to talk to each other? I mean, there's quite a lot of different opinion over the years from the conservation community who know people very well, but were a bit worried about where the rent would go if we kind of opened up a climate conversation. That's dealt with, but that took some time. There's a lot of very, very good organizations in the social space, but this is a journey we have to go very rapidly on and turn this into a framework that stands a very, very different test in terms of the investor community. OLAM, to Nick's point. Affordable goods and services to people who don't have much money in emerging and developing economies. We know a lot about financial services and access to finance for those who are unbanked. But a fascinating thing from a wonderful company which works across ASEAN is adding micronutrients to rice and to other foodstuffs without raising the price, but delivering the kind of social benefit that mothers and children need in an affordable way that actually helps people stay at school, et cetera, et cetera, et cetera. There's a whole bank of these initiatives which don't have to be initiated by UNDP or a development agency. The innovation across the supply chains in many companies, and there are other great examples, can yield all sorts of interesting outcomes to tackle various parts of this value-driven challenge that we face when we talk about inequality.
Thank you. Does that give you at least one example, Nick? Okay. Thank you. Richard?
Yeah, so empowering people for the transition, two things that I've observed. When we made our net zero commitment, we identified 5 things that we don't control that are absolutely critical to getting to net zero. The first is changes in consumption. If we don't compel 8 billion of us to consume differently, it's going to be very difficult for the real economy to decarbonize. Then innovation, market infrastructure. That's not just reporting standards, it's carbon markets, corporates delivering on their commitments, and lastly, the role of regulation. And I think we've talked around this today, but it's very clear that we can destroy supply of hydrocarbons far quicker than we can destroy demand. When that happens, we have inflation, and then we undermine social and political support for the very, very big challenge we have ahead of us. So that I think is one of the reasons we're seeing some political debate around this, but specifically the role of us in decarbonizing our businesses. We have, over the last 12 months, conducted something called an abatement capacity assessment on 12 of our portfolio companies and encountered real resistance from the advisors to focusing on prioritizing efficiency. They'd rather talk about, this is the kit you've got installed, this is how you invest to decarbonize it, ignoring the fact that the highest return on any activity to decarbonize the business is changing behavior. And unfortunately, I know the CEOs in the room, CEOs are not well placed to work out how assets are actually being used. If you want to prioritize that, you've actually got to get to the people who use the kit in the business. But remember, every 7% of decarbonization potential you can find by leveraging your employee base to change processes is a year of Paris alignment for free that buys you headroom to think about how you prioritize the other decarbonization levers. But much more important, it gets your entire employee base engaged with your mission to decarbonize the business. And that is a really powerful force. If decarbonization is something that's run by the executive office, very hard to build momentum behind it. But the second you invite the entire employee base to be part of the journey, you can find some very low-hanging fruit that is always a high IRR.
Thank you. You didn't use the word mindset as well when it comes to what needs to be changed. Okay, right. I'm going to take several, please. First of all, from the finance area, please, Laurence.
Yes, hello.
Just introduce yourself again.
Yeah, Laurent Ramsey Pictet. I understood the link you made between the vicious circle between the E and the S. That if we don't solve for social issues, it's going to be very difficult to pass climate policies. I fail to understand how we turn that into a virtuous circle. So if you could expand on that from basically a timing perspective. It seems there's quite a lot of the politicians that are pushing back their initial commitments. are doing so on social stability grounds. So how can we respond to the urgency of acting on climate with the time it takes to address inequalities?
Can you pass it to Johnny, please, first, and then back down
Nick,
the track here?
Nick,
I'm going to ask you to all be very, very economic with what you say.
Very economic.
From Rothschild.
Yeah, Johnny El Hashim from Edmund de Rothschild. We've heard a lot about how to become compliant framework. So the whole day we've been listening to that, I think. A lot of people recommended that we look at actions, but we've never heard the word intention. How intentionally can we act to solve problems? Socially speaking, we have a graveyard in the Mediterranean, migration bombs that no one is speaking about, while neither the framework nor anyone can prevent us from investing in economies where we can create jobs to deal with the migration matters. Why don't we do that?
Right, across to Rob, please. Rob Cameron from Nestle. Could you move it around the front? And then I'll come to you. I think there's only one. Oh, no, can you give it? Yeah, okay.
Thank you. Yeah, Rob Cameron, Nestle. Just a very quick example on prioritizing stability of societies. There are a few more vulnerable societies than the Ivory Coast cocoa growing community. Poverty is endemic and it's a leading driver for child labor. So we've been working on this for the longest time. The Cocoa Income Accelerator, to Nick's point, is an example of a project in action. I wouldn't call it a project, it's a thing, it's long term. If you're a cocoa farmer and you engage if you put your kids in school, you get a bonus. So you enroll your kids in school, you get paid extra. If you engage in regenerative farming practices, tree growing and so on and so forth, extra bonus. If you do pruning, which makes a huge difference on yield, but is counterintuitive, you get a bonus. If you expand your income into new sources beyond cocoa, because it's very rarely enough, you get a bonus. Do all of those four things, you get an additional bonus on top. So this is intended to try and break that cycle of poverty and, crucially, the gender component. It's split, the money is split, paid by mobile cash transfer across the household to husband and wife. And we know that that has a social consequence positive as well. It's working so far. So there's an example.
Immediately
Nick,
behind you.
There you go.
Could you pass the microphone there, please?
Thank you. Hello again, Saskia from Swisscom. I want just to jump on what you said before. You said what I really believe, that it's very important to join the forces and take all employees in the road. But you said also on the first that very important will be also the role of the board in future. And I'm quite convinced when you see the complexity of the different sustainability subjects, being climate, biodiversity, welfare, equalities or inequalities, and all the link between this subject, that the only solution is that in the boards of all companies, you need this expertise, because without it, we will not change the business models and try to think a little bit more large. I think it's quite important.
Thank you. One more before we... I can see that there's a delegation over there. There's a footprint which is getting larger. But first of all, let's
Thank you very much. So Marie-Laure Salle, Director of the Geneva Graduate Institute. Hello again to all. So thank you very much for pushing this notion of integration, which I mentioned in the previous panel. This is definitely, I think, where we have to go. The very, paradox is that we are actually, I would argue here, and we can discuss this, that the social dimension might be even more urgent than the climate dimension today, and that in fact we are getting very late in the game on the social, bringing the social and integrating it with the rest. So that's one point. Then another thing, another thread that has been quite clear is that a lot of this is about mindset. A lot of this is about culture. It's a cultural change. It's a paradigm change that we are talking about. That we more or less know where we should go. We more or less have tools. But we have to align incentives and narratives. And this is something that is not going to happen only with research. Obviously, and I had an institute institution of research. So we have to do research, we have to be fact-based, but we also have to mobilize the guts, you know, the emotions. Thing that Patrick mentioned at the beginning, art and all other kinds of actors. So I think we also have to go faster. I think we have to change also our approach to how we mobilize all actors in
Thank you.
fields.
Would you like to pass the microphone back over your right shoulder? There are several people who want to speak there, but first of all, I'd like to, Marcus first.
So,
we've got 10 minutes to run. A lot of people who want to speak.
Your point, the colleague here in front, on how do we deal with the social inequality issues in time for climate change. There are several ways you can do this, but it goes through the colleague from...
But you've been warning about this at the UNDP for years.
Exactly.
Decades.
So the colleague in the book talk about redistribution. It's going to pass by redistribution. But immediately, climate change, maybe not called climate change, but the effects of climate change is making every element of society nervous, insecure. How you provide people with security when they are insecure, in a larger scale, social protection. So we need to get to pay, well, the respect, and nobody likes, but we need to get a compact with governments in which we pay more taxes, and taxes going to go into social protection. OECD economies found $11 trillion to back their societies during COVID. The developing country was left on their own. That is not possible. If you want to find that political will and support to climate policy, make sure people are not scared on how they're going to get the next paycheck tomorrow. Social protection is a quick way to do that.
Sue.
Well, I think on that there's a real link between what we can do from a reporting perspective and public policy as well. I think there's a combination of the two, which is partly what you're alluding to. Some of the things that a number of you have touched on is sort of inclusivity and the need for pace, as well as you know, we're all desperate for change and action, and how quickly can we move people along. And I think one of the things that we're trying to be very careful to balance in our work is making sure that we move to a situation where there's more robust, comparable, regulated information, which is sort of what we've been brought in to do, but balancing that with the pace of change and the need for innovation. So having this combination of inclusive new ideas, which you guys are now talking about, which the TNFD has been doing, so sort of coexisting with what we're doing, where we take the TCFD framework and make it a requirement subject to regulation. But making sure that we do that in a way that we don't cause such an uproar in the corporate community that they just give up and start form filling and not thinking about that. Now, I'm sure nobody in the room would do that, but I think if we can find that sweet spot where we're focusing on things that businesses agree, yes, that really matters. That's what I should be thinking about at the board, and making sure the board focuses on those right things, not just letting them be, but really making them think about it. But then trying to get a really good connection between what needs to be measured and managed for value creation for companies and then reported on, and creating a nice alignment there, complemented by public policy, is a sweet spot, I think, for me.
Richard.
Yeah. If I can just double click on that point, I think the biggest concern we have as owners of businesses is this data is prepared to report. That's not the intention behind preparing this data. It's intended to be used by the board to elicit more informed business decisions. And I think that the risk we have until we've built some capacity in the boardroom, which is an important point, is that if we overwhelm the board with too many incremental data sets that they cannot immediately intuit is business relevant, there is a risk that we move them over into the left side of their brain, and this becomes a compliance exercise rather than keeping them in the right side of their brain, that this is an opportunity to
So there's a danger of overwhelming.
Overwhelming and eliciting the wrong response. This is not a compliance conversation. This is a value creation conversation. And to build on your point, probably never in history was there a bigger case for increased diversity in the boardroom. In all of its forms, but the challenges that boards are confronting today...
But we've been hearing about this for a long, long time, and we're still talking about it, diversity. Dominic.
Yeah, I just 100% agree with what Richard was just saying that. And the challenge for many of the companies that we have as members when they articulate it is, if we think about it, whether it was the climate piece the nature piece, or increasingly now, all of these are urgent on the social side. Some form or other, I've got to set a target, which is, science-based or science-aligned or in line with what UN is telling us, perhaps on social issues. I've then got to create a transition plan which has investment on CapEx and OpEx and HR and all that sort of thing. If I'm the sustainability person, that means I've got to go over to the CFO department and others. I've then got to account for it in some shape or form. We have that in carbon, greenhouse gas protocol. We don't have that in nature. We certainly don't have it really on the social dimension. Then I've got to disclose it. And the good work that ISSB is doing is driving that agenda. But to make this as frictionless as possible, as easy to do, to lift away all of those compliance transaction costs and a focus on innovation and value creation is going to be the key. And that's why this sort of corporate performance accountability system, which has grown up from lots of cottage industries and different bits of that jigsaw, if we can get ourselves to, it's as easy as, I don't know, using booking.com to have a hotel, to go around that system, we'd be in a very different place, and we'd have millions of companies doing that, focused on value creation.
Dominic, I just want to get a couple more voices in, and then we're going to stop. Please, there and here.
Right.
Can you be quick, please?
Well, yeah, Thomas Anderson, Sweden. So first of all, I want to stress that this topic you have here, finance for people, is very important and obviously very difficult. And there are some really good remarks from Nestle, for instance, stressing the importance of this. I wanted to underline that there is a lot of misinformation going on around this world. It's very hard to reach people and to work with them. Now, governments, for that reason, will hardly be able to make those decisions that we're asking for here, that Patrick Odier, stressed from the beginning. There is a lack of action, there is a lot of confusion, and governments are falling to autocratic leaders and populism and so on. We see it day by day. So I think the really important question for finance, for the private sector, is how to make a different kind of contribution. We shouldn't talk too much about government. We should talk about, despite, it's not a natural role perhaps, but if the private sector, if the financial sector gets together and consider how you can get more impact on the ground, closer to people, there are instruments. The same IT, let me finish.
Thomas, I'm going to have to stop you.
Yeah.
There's one voice in front of you, because I've only got literally 1 minute left.
Yeah, it's the IT platforms. We should think about how to use them, and there are initiatives underway.
Sure. Thanks, Nick. Hi, I'm Lee Howell, Executive Director of the Villar Institute, and I hope you have a chance to meet our fellows that are here, and thank you for building bridges to letting us be a part of this. Two observations, Nick, and the point. The first observation is the panel's been talking, in a way, they've been talking around the issue, which is how do we achieve prosperity within those 9 planetary boundaries, right? And you said we're across 6 of them. And when we think about crossing the 6 of them and achieving prosperity, then it becomes a question of how do we move from eco-anxiety to eco-ambition? How do we give agency to the people that we need to? And I think I'd suggest 2 things to consider. One, really quickly, is the nature of the problem is interdisciplinary, but the solution's got to be intergenerational. And in that, I think the enabling piece that will give us agency is actually systems thinking as the framework to change behavior. And that's what, at least in our institute, we work with young and old about how do we actually get us to become systems thinkers. Because when I'm listening to you, you all are naturally systems thinkers, but how do we translate that and get others? Because that's where the agency will come from, is understanding how the systems work and how they work together and how they complement each other. So thanks, Nick.
Thanks, Lee. Okay, it shows we've got a lot more to talk about, and we've been here for 4 hours so far, 4.5 hours. We could still be talking if you didn't want to go to cocktails, but I've got to somehow bring this to a close rather reluctantly, because we call this a takeoff moment, and it really does feel like a takeoff moment, not least because so many of you are still here and in the audience, and really you are all delegates as well. So can I thank all 4 of you? Marcus,
I just want to say...
I will get someone blasting down my ear in a moment.
I just want to end it on a positive note. It can't be done. We're in a country that has done it. Now, not every country is Switzerland, but this country passed a law, a referendum, in which its population backed climate policy. Now, you have a strong social protection in this country. You have less anxiety on the daily life. That allows the population to come in and vote on a referendum. It can't be done, but it has to be done in Africa, in Latin America, in Asia, not just in Switzerland.
All right. At that point, I'm going to have to bring it to a close, but thank you all very much indeed. We really have stimulated debate, and there's much more to say. I'm sorry we haven't got around to everyone who wanted to speak, but that's the value of bringing all of you together in this way, and I hope it's been a very productive 4.5 hours. Thank you very much indeed. If you'd like to clear the stage, because we've given one person the unenviable task of trying to bring together a few thoughts to see whether they actually correspond to what you're thinking. Mark, please come and join me. Mark Goff, who's CEO of Capital's Coalition. Mark's going to have 3 or 4 minutes, and then Patrick, you're going to tell us what kind of scorecard we have at the end of 4.5 hours in advance of the next 3 days. So the floor is yours, Mark.
Thank you, Nick. My first sense here is one of frustration. Who's frustrated? Who's feeling frustrated here? Good. That's really good. That means we've got some energy in the room, and we've got some action. One thing I would say is that all the people in this room are actually all trying to get to the same sort of place. They've all got different routes, but just take a breath before you maybe judge the next person that's in front of you, etc. Let's try and, there's enough people out there that we still need to convince to be in this room. But this room is much more filled than it used to be. We did an event last week, or a couple of weeks ago, and we had more finance for the first time in the room than we did corporates, which just shows the sense of change, which is another thing I've been picking up in the corridors and other places, this sense of change that's coming at the moment. Actually, we've got all the tools. We've got 200 of the taxonomies and all of that sort of thing. That's all good. But actually, it feels like we're getting to a point where we need to tie some of this down. That's where the standards are coming in. That's where all these processes, the governance that Simon's been talking about is coming in, and that's going to be really key. We can get into the detail over the next couple of days. That'll be really important. But actually, there are some processes going on. I've noticed in the room here, there's several people from the Value Commission that we've been running, looking at that question of value. We've been working, the Capitals Coalition for the last few years in the food sector, looking at this integration question. And we're coming out with an integrated protocol, which is probably 5 or 6 years ahead of most of the ways that people are thinking. But we do have to start thinking about it. And it's actually easier to think about things in an integrated way than it is to think about them in a siloed way. There will be trade-offs, there will be costs, there will be difficulties in doing this. But actually, bringing it together into a system like the ecosystem that we're all living in is going to be essential. One final thing, because I know everyone wants to get a drink, Nick. If we achieve, and I hope we do, the whole idea of trying to get to net zero, we will have failed. Because actually we do need, as several people have already said, that whole idea of the climate, nature, positive, the equitable thing together. We can't actually just deal with one of these. We do have to start dealing with all of them. And it isn't about extending the amount of work that you do. It's actually about creating a process to make the decisions that we were just hearing about. It's actually about acting. It's not about disclosure. It's about bringing that information together. And I haven't found anyone yet that doesn't want better information for making decisions. There's a lot of us out there helping to provide that information, actually take that information and make those better decisions. That's what we should be leading to, and then that leads to the decision making.
Thank
you very much, Nick.
Patrick, have we been bold and brave enough?
We have started to be bold, and some of us have been, and some of you have been very brave. So thank you very, very much for sharing. And I think at the beginning I said that what we need now is to better share, or perhaps to avoid some of the, what you would call, Nick, the green hushing. And I think we need to say what the facts are, but we also need to say what our experiences are. From these discussions, of course, I won't take you too far away from the drinks now, but I will just say that I feel the transition of the discussion is going in the right direction. And I think one of the elements that I liked particularly in the last panel was the discussion that was brought about by the remark of Richard, which said basically it's a value creation discussion. I think we should really put some focus also on the value creation and not simply on the damage or the mitigation. The second aspect that I get from the discussion today is that I think, and you would probably also be happy with the comment, Nick, here, that we probably won the intellectual discussion or battle, but now we need to engage into leadership. And leadership is about each of us playing the role that we can and we have to. And I think we have seen today that some of these roles have been taken over. The bridges are being built. You heard today that in very difficult reflections, such as the TCFD, we've come to an end, or at least to an end of the first stage. And this first stage was taken over by another milestone, which is going to be the accounting standards, and I think this is very positive. We heard today that we have started very fast now to conclude on the TNFD, and you will hear tomorrow about the European, you will hear about the framework here in Europe. And I think from that framework, we should work as fast as we can to implement and not only to rethink what should be done. So there are bridges that are being built. There are still bridges to be built, of course. And let's say that what I get from the discussion is quite similar to what I was thinking at the beginning and confirm my intuition. First of all, there's an issue about cost of capital. It was discussed many times. We have to tackle this issue. Second, there's an issue about pricing externalities. My take is that perhaps it will be much more difficult to price the negative ones than it will be to discuss the positive ones. So let's move also swiftly on that one. Third, there's a narrative issue. The narrative is about how to convince everybody, not only us specialists and perhaps leaders in our own ways, how to convince the whole population that there's a benefit and not only a cost to the transformation. And fourth, I think there is, of course, a quick and swift discussions to engage into, which is about the human / the social side of this transformation. That will indeed be a huge break to the advancements of the causes on the climate and nature if we don't tackle it properly. So for me, it's a great first day. I'd like to thank you all for sharing your experiences. I'd like to thank our panelists and our stakeholder that were quite open, as you could see in the discussion. And last but not least, I'd like to thank our moderator, Nick, for a wonderful exercise of bringing the tech together. Thank you very much.
Thank you. I actually stood up because I'm going to give you some instructions now, not to be thanked. But look, thank you. But I'd like to thank you because what it's shown is that a room of 600 people can have a debate. And that's worth something which is well worth remembering. My guess is about 40 of you have contributed. That is a significant impact in a room like this. And it's a big challenge for me and others here. But it shows that you can have a dialogue with large numbers of people. Probably we could have gone on for another couple of hours and we were really getting into a takeoff mode with energy and drive. I point you to that clock. On my program, it says we're going to finish at 6:33. It's now 6:33. So it shows we keep to time, and that time means that the cocktails are ready, and please enjoy and appreciate the next 3 days. An enormous amount of work has gone into it, and thank you, Patrick, for all you've done and all your staff and colleagues have done.
Thank you very much.